I know it was designed. It was designed to be headed by the National Deputy
No.
Commissioner. That's the structure.
Do you know which players or professionals who were part of the PKTT or entities from the Justice Cluster?
They were supposed to be. You see, there's an ideal and there's a real. They were supposed to be interministerial. Supposed to be. But we've never seen a report.
No, I mean at a grassroots level. Do you know the components or entities of the Justice Cluster who were part of the PKTT?
They were supposed to be the correctional services, the prosecution, intelligence, police, and forgotten the other one now off the top of my head.
So
they were supposed to be.
But they were never part.
I've never seen a pronouncement coming from that interministerial team. It was always in the rare pronouncements. I think there were two of them.
So if I put it to you that it consisted of the police and the NPA as well, then that would mean you don't know how it was formulated.
No, I know that. I've just said it. It was police, justice, interministerials.
No, remember you said they were supposed to be, and you further said you were not aware if they were part because an announcement was not made. You remember? That's what you said.
And then, no, what happened is it was announced as interministerial with those components, right? Then after that, the only public announcements, and there were very few, I can remember two, but clearly there was no mention of any reports coming from an interministerial team in the public.
In the public?
So.
In the public?
Yeah.
So you analyzed it at a first value? When you say in the public, because you don't know if such reports were given in internal meetings. Because there was a reporting mechanism, remember? Internal reporting mechanism that was put in place. So you don't know whether that mechanism or those processes were followed to tender reports.
Should they not have been public?
Or your expectation was that maybe a media briefing should be called and they are made available to the public. Is that what you are saying?
It was clearly who called the media briefing.
Okay. You know, another problem I have here is that I think from page 1 until the last page of your statement, you keep the gist of your concerns around the operation of the PKTT is centered around the alleged victimization of victims. So the conclusion which I draw here is that you were mostly concerned about the victims and not, the accused, sorry. It's centered around the accused people. Some are in custody, some were not arrested. Some, according to your allegation, were harassed by the police. And you say nothing about the victims and the families who lost their loved ones.
On the contrary, I'm very concerned. Mrs. Magaka Sr. has been sitting in court for 7 years with no progress. And that was why, and the hitman wanted to confess and tell the story. She just wanted to know why her son was killed. And she's not the only one. Some of those cases have dragged on and on. And why are we not saying, but how many more people? The biggest problem I have in what I do is getting justice for people. It's almost impossible. People have no closure. And we're not talking just a select group of politicians. We're talking South Africans generally. So it's part of the problem, and there is this deliberate delaying tactic.
Okay, somewhere in your statement you are saying political killings in 2016 were mostly precipitated by internal ANC political dynamics. And they were mostly triggered by faction, by Zuma versus Ramaphosa faction.
Common knowledge.
Who told you that?
People in the ANC. I was even given a copy of a hit list at one stage.
No, because fortunately I was a member of the ANC at that time. I think in my region, for instance, and my region was one of the hotspot areas in KZN. I
Which
think
one was that?
Herikwala region.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh,
Yes,
right.
I think we lost about four or five comrades.
Yeah.
And what you are saying does not feature in the reasons for political killings at that time. It doesn't feature anywhere. No one, there was no Zuma and Ramaphosa faction which led to to these political killings. People were just fighting for power in a regional jurisdiction. So where do you get this from? I've got a problem really, because seemingly here you are giving us unscientific perspectives. And the problem with these perspectives of yours, or perspectives of yours, is that they influenced an executive decision. And you come here, you tell us, I don't know, and you are thumb-sucking. You never engaged in any scientific process. You were not an ANC member, you were not in the leadership, you never did any inquiry
Oh, I did.
in the ANC to establish the reasons for these political killings.
I did speak to people in the ANC, and I mean, we picked up a lot about the conflict over what was happening, even in Cleveland's hostel, and in different places. So, I mean, it matters not at all. It's a minor detail about the politics of all this. The deaths are the deaths, whether they're Ramaphosa, whether they're Zuma, whether they're any other supporter. It's not a major thing in the disbandment of the task team. I'm saying that when the task team was disbanded, there was already a conviction for one of those pre-election deaths. And there were other investigations.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, Doc, you are wrong to say that the political killings in KZN around 2016 were precipitated by the prevalence of the Zuma and Ramaphosa factions, respectively, in the province. You are wrong. That is unscientific.
Well, are you able to be objective if you're a member of the ANC?
I told you, I just gave you a scenario of my region. I told you that in my region, none of what you are saying transpired.
Right.
In my region, 5 comrades died. It's all known, it's there in the public domain that, for instance, the prominent murder of Cindy Zomakaka was as a result of corruption allegations. Really?
Yeah.
So there was no Zuma and the Ramaphosa factionalism there.
That was after the elections, the death of Magaka.
No, but I'm saying, what you are saying is unscientific. Where did it happen? Who belonged to a Zuma faction who was killed? Or who belonged to a Ramaphosa faction who was
There
killed?
was a Joe Dlamini who was in the Ramaphosa faction who was the top of the hit list and he
Who?
got killed.
We want to write it down. Who?
He was called Joe Dlamini. He was a traffic officer. I think he was Joe Dlamini. It's in that article. He was in
George
Peter
Lamini from
Maritzburg.
which region?
Peter Maritzburg.
Peter Maritzburg.
Yeah.
From which branch?
Oh gosh, as if I can remember that now. He was on the hit list. He was number 1 on the hit list, and there was a conviction.
He was number 1 of?
On the hit list that was going round at the time before the election.
Were the perpetrators arrested?
Yes, by the provincial team.
And were they sentenced?
Yes.
Under which charge?
Murder.
Under murder.
Yeah.
Were the reasons were they established for that matter? Were reasons established?
I haven't look, I know there was a conviction. I only used that to illustrate the fact that the provincial team was doing convictions. He was murdered, he was a politician. Right.
Yeah, but,
I'm not, I think we're
Doctor,
going off the topic here. I'm
Doctor,
not saying one
Doctor,
or other faction was involved.
Doctor,
Yeah.
what the honorable member wants to ask you is, after the conviction was made, did you get hold of the judgment?
No, because it was in progress at the time I wrote. I got that information from sources within the ANC, including one man whose name was, or at least one that was on the hit list.
But there are grounds on which the presiding officer arrives at the conclusion,
Sure.
at the conviction.
I know.
That is what he wants to know.
Yeah. No, it didn't concern me afterwards. I was only looking at who got convicted and who didn't want. And I agree with you, because it's exactly what happened in the Ntuli case that they boast about.
Yeah,
It came out at the...
let's
at
allow the
court.
honourable member to proceed with his line of questioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are also saying, Doc, in your statement that the establishment of the PKTT was unnecessary. In that, and that is your reason, I'm quoting you verbatim, in that it was led by General Mkwanas, General Kumalo, and Captain, I think it's flying, from the NIU.
Finn.
So is that your only reason? Is that the only reason that you rely on to suggest that the PKTT was unnecessary? Because the expectation, as I was reading your statement, was that you will go further to explain why you say it was unnecessary. You have just limited it on who was leading it, and it ends there.
No, it's one of the reasons. I mean, to start with, I've never heard of an investigative team that hasn't got a senior detective leading it. I mean, it's just one of the reasons.
Okay. So and my observation based on your statement is that you never agreed with its establishment from the inception, correct?
No, at the inception, I had an open mind. It
No,
was a couple of years later when I saw very little progress.
No, but why are you saying? Because you are saying in your statement, the provincial team that was there before the PKTT
Yes.
was more efficient and effective. That's what you are saying in your statement.
Yes.
So that means if your belief is that it was more efficient and effective, then there was no need for the establishment of this one. And you even say the arrest of Sindiso Makaka was made by a detective of the provincial team, not the PKTT. The PKTT hubotized it because cases were later withdrawn. That's what you are saying in your statement. So that is why I'm saying to you, you never agreed with its establishment from inception.
All right. I need to explain. I didn't understand why.
No, can you speak through your mic?
I can't answer yes, no, because I didn't
No.
understand
Your
why it
mic,
was-
your mic.
Yeah,
Not
sorry.
yes, no. Your mic, yeah.
I didn't understand why it should be established, but we had all this going on about, well, the Morani Commission said it should be. I thought, well, let's see what it does. And then I couldn't actually find out much about it, what it does. And 2 years later, it didn't seem to have done much at all.
You are also saying that some accused people did not get legal representations, and you attribute that demise to the PKTT.
No. I'm not saying it's because of the PKTT. It's much wider than that. People are being let down. The PKTT victims, like the let's use the hitman because it's such a inglengua. I mean, they're getting legal advice, but not. The lawyers are often, the legal aid offers are often inexperienced, and the prosecution is quite intimidating, and various people independently have given information about bribery being fairly common. So I don't know who is getting bribed and who isn't. But
No, but do you know that because you have made that criticism under your criticism or within the criticism of the PKTT, the issue of legal representation. Do you know that it's a responsibility of the Legal Aid Board to give legal representation to people who qualify to get it?
I know that.
So the police enter nowhere in that space. If people who deserve to get free legal representation through legal aid don't get it, then a blame can be attributed to the legal aid, not to the PKTT.
I didn't blame the PKTT for it. These victims are like other victims. You know, if I say to them, but did you ask your lawyer to do this? I asked him and he didn't do it. Or what is your lawyer? Well, the lawyer doesn't listen to me. Now, these are, you know, this is a comment generally I'm talking about. And because of the PKTT having this prosecutor that is widely accused of bringing cases that are fabricated, if that's the case, then people suffer even more if they haven't got a very smart lawyer. I mean, in the case of Dlamini, his co-accused, I kept saying to him, but look, if you think this magistrate is partisan, you can actually apply, you know, if you can give evidence if you can talk about that, you can apply for a change of magistrate. He said, I asked my lawyer to do it, and he didn't do it. Then along comes an advocate for the co-accused, and he's quite sharp, and when the judgment finally happens, he checks the judgment, and he finds that it's fabricated evidence in the judgment, non-existent case laws. So when he goes back to court...
Yeah, no.
So what I'm saying is he had a good lawyer that picked it up then.
Okay. Now my last question. You are saying here the PKTT is grossly irregular. What do you mean? And based on which law are you saying it's grossly irregular?
Okay. It doesn't have any permanent senior leadership in detective service.
So that is your reason?
I have a list of people who...
No. If Doc, please, because I'm running out of time. Doc, please. In terms of which law, do you have any law which supports your argument that it is grossly irregular? In terms of which law? If there's no law, it's okay. Say, I can't cite any law. I will leave it there. I won't pursue it further.
There's no law that talks about
Okay.
it.
No, thank you very much.
There is procedures
I think
that have
I've
been
run out
followed
of
for
time. Thank you very
decades.
much.
No,
Honorable Skosana can come in.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nombalo. Jali, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, can you please, when you respond, use your mic, please?
Right.
Thank you. Chair, I'm going to start by asking Dr. DISBANDMENT, before we go anywhere, on what legal authority do you believe you can involve yourself so intimately in such operation?
I'm a human rights defender, which is an internationally recognized status of acting to protect people from harm. It is that status. Don't come to me now with this thing about locus standi, because even the Constitution, if I recall correctly, allows somebody who's not a lawyer to appeal on behalf of someone. You know, to ask for example, for example, what I've done often is that I've actually asked for a review of a decision not to prosecute, and I've gone to the national prosecutor, and I can do that.
Thank you. I just want answers.
Yeah.
I know you're a doctor and a professor, so
it's nothing
it's
to do with
easy to, lecture someone. But here I need answers.
Given you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we are not SAPS, we are not IPD, we are not IGI, we are not a sworn officer. Am I right?
I'm not, but I mean, don't you understand that when the police force has been as badly corrupted as ours has, and we're still fortunate to have a lot of good police at all levels, because the evidence is there, even in media reports about the nepotism and the people suddenly being brigadiers and they've never been
Yeah.
in the police. So don't lecture me about that, because the problem is that you need oversight of the police. You can't rely on the police to tell you the truth if you're criticizing the police.
Yeah, but Doc, you are contradicting yourself. You said earlier, yourself now, you say you cannot rely on the police. But you gave us a statement, in your statements here. Wait, Doc. You said that you've been given information by some police who, according to you, are credible.
Yes.
Now you can't say to me, we don't have a police. They are not credible now. We are changing your own statement.
No, I'm not.
No, you are saying now to us, to the committee, no, not me, that we don't have a credible police men and women. But the people who gave you this information are police, am I right?
Have I not just said we are lucky to still have credible police? We're talking now general police management since 2019 has been getting more and more problems.
Thank you.
Right. But we're talking that there are still credible people in the police, and those are the people I am supporting.
So in other words, the only credible people are those who are coming to you. Those who don't come to you are not credible. Wait, Doc. Wait for the question, please. I always ask, don't be emotional.
No.
Let me ask you a simple question. Because you've been following this ad hoc committee, am I right?
On and off.
You've been
I haven't time to
following
sit
it.
and listen to everything. I've got too much else to do.
Thank you. Now, is General Mkhwanazi credible?
I don't believe he is. And I've got reasons.
Wait, yeah.
I don't believe General Mkhwanazi is credible.
And is General Kukumalo credible?
Nope, definitely not.
Is General Sibia credible?
Pardon?
Is General Sibia credible?
No, that I don't know. I haven't done enough to deal with him.
No, but
I don't know if he's credible.
No, but Doc, others you know. The other two I ask you, you know that they are not credible according to
And
you.
Masemola, he perjured himself to Parliament.
No, I'm not yet there, Doc.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come later on that.
Honorable Skosana, let's hear the last statement that you say, Doc. What are you saying? You say, Masemola what?
He perjured himself to Parliament. You can ask the committee. I've put a formal complaint in. What happened was, at the end of 2022, just after Patricia Mashale had almost been killed, they asked us to give evidence. They didn't let us, and Masemola gave evidence that was lies.
I was not saying that. You must explain. I just want to hear this. You say Commissioner Masemola perjured himself to Parliament.
Yes. And I'm also told that General Mkhwanazi changed his sworn statement. I don't know if that's correct.
No, Doctor. Doctor.
I don't.
You know, when I talk to you, I talk to you as a young South African who must learn from you. So, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament?
He gave in December, or was it the 30th of November 2022?
No, yes.
He did. He told lies
Doctor,
about Patricia and George
Doctor,
Mashale. That's when it happened.
Doctor, the question is, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament?
Because the facts were shown to be wrong.
Whose decision is it?
Various people, starting with the decision was for an interrogation by Parliament to see if it was correct.
This ad hoc committee is still conducting investigations.
Okay.
It has not concluded its business. So that's why I'm asking yourself, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before a committee of parliament? Whose decision is it?
I first wrote to the Speaker because the problem was that what he said was repeated and published without any...
Okay.
And then I sent a formal complaint to the police committee.
Can I respectfully
Yeah.
ask you to withdraw that statement, because as a committee we have never arrived at that decision? As the chairperson of this committee, the committee you speak about is chaired by me sitting here.
Okay.
We haven't arrived at any decision that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself
Okay.
before
All right.
Parliament. May you please withdraw that
Well,
statement?
can I say he allegedly perjured himself because... No.
Dr. DeHaas, there is no
Not at
other
all.
way to say it. There is only one way.
All right.
The one way is the one that I'm saying
All
to
right,
say.
you can withdraw it. I'm fine with that.
May you respectfully
Yes.
say I withdraw the statement
Yes.
because the committee has not arrived at that decision.
Please do that.
Yes,
I would
can-
appreciate it.
Can
And
you do that?
Please do it, yeah.
I want to hear you saying that I withdraw.
I withdraw that because the committee is not dealing with it and has, as far as I know, not
Yeah.
dealing with it. I answered a question.
Yes. May you say I withdraw the statement I made about Commissioner Masemola.
I withdraw the statement I made about Commissioner Masemola.
Thank you so much, Jali. May you proceed.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's only 3 questions in 10 minutes. It's disappointing, but be that as it may, can you please explain, Doc, because you are a private individual, how did you come to a position to position yourself as an oversight mechanism over detectives, prosecutors, and intelligence structures?
It's part of my position as a human rights defender to help people who are at risk and who are being harassed, persecuted for what they, and apparently, I mean, you know, let me just say I'm quite astonished because I don't know, I reported 4 years ago to Parliament that General Khumalo's members were seizing phones without a court order. Now, I would have thought that Parliament would have said, but hang on a sec, let's just check this out and see if it's really happening.
Chair, I sit in the police portfolio committee you are talking about. I sit in that committee. For your information, Doc. In paragraph 2, you base your assertions on officials you spoke to, which are, you don't want to give us names as we speak. And I'm not sure who authorized them, and how do you come to a conclusion that what they gave you, because there's no OD here, you don't know the other side of the story. In my view, I'll be honest and frank to you, your hate towards General Khumalo.
No, I don't hate it.
No, wait, Doc. Wait, Doc. Because your statement here before us, like many others, like Sibia who came here to say what General Mkhwanazi was talking about is a dream. But we know now, the country as well knows today that his bravery. We are not taking sides. Remember, we are still probing here. You are giving us, what you gave us here are allegations as well. Do you agree with that? Please don't explain. Do you agree that what you are telling us, like any other witness, are still allegations before us?
Look, when you speak to somebody that you know very well, and somebody who's always been very honest, and the phones have gone, and when the phones come back, one is damaged, the person knows the law, all they had to do was come back and say, well, here's the order. And they didn't.
Doc, are you sure that those phones were damaged by the police? Are you sure of that?
Am I sure, sorry?
Are you sure that those gadgets you are talking about were damaged by the police?
One was, apparently. The owner told me that. The phone was damaged when he got it. So I'm not supposed to believe people that I know very well that have always told the truth.
Doc, You say you know these people very well. That's you who are telling us that. Must we believe you? That you know them very, very well. Are those your informers?
No, this is Tabisa Zulu.
No. I'm saying, are those your informers? Because you know them
I've
very well.
told you that the informers that I won't mention names of are police members.
So, why should this committee rely on hearsay obtained throughout irregular means? Because what you are telling us, the police can go as well. They know where to go. There's IPID.
The police can, sorry, what did you say about the police to go and also do this?
I said to you, why should this committee rely on a hearsay obtained through irregular means?
What do you mean irregular means? If somebody, I've made an affidavit about it, about what I was told, what I asked Kumalo, what I asked Mkwanazi. If I don't get feedback from them, how can I prove whether it's true or false? I expected Parliament to question them or to get it investigated.
Okay, let's go to, because I know I'm not going to win on this one. But the fact remains that the statement which you gave us is allegation, is not facts. Until we finish this probe. Now I'm going to go to your political narratives vis-à-vis evidence. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC factions to secure municipal control. Who told you that?
Oh gosh, we were hearing it all over the place, including in eThekwini especially, where
Sorry, Chair.
It was reported in the media.
Chair, to you, Chair. Let me repeat my question again. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC faction to secure municipal control. My question is, who told you that?
People,
or unless you are an intelligent analyst.
well, it was almost common knowledge, and certainly people in the ANC told me that. Well, this one supports this one supports that one supports this one. We were looking at the councillors in the Tekwini particularly.
You had no access to classified briefings, am I right?
No. I don't personally have any access to anything classified. I think there's much too much classification. We've got to get oversight going.
So what gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
Sorry, what classification are you talking about?
What gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
What I am reporting is what ANC people were telling me at the time, and they can contest it. It's up to them to contest it if they wish.
Do they show you their membership card to say these are ANC
Well, I know
members?
some of them are. I have a very good network.
Yeah, but some, no, not all of them.
And we had a more or less a good idea of what was going on in the areas at Gleeblands around there, but I mean, this is all past history. It's got nothing to do with the task team.
No, listen. We are talking about the killings here. All these questions here. I'm not sucking anywhere outside the terms of reference which we have.
Yes.
Thank you. Why do you freely attribute to political motives to killings, but later on paragraph 17.3, criticize us for defining political killings? Is that not the contradiction?
Sorry, 17?
Paragraph 17.3.
Sorry, this one.
Like the reconstruction of PKTT structures.
17.3. You mean I tried to explain, I've worked with since 1990, since the establishment of the Goldstone Commission, and there's been a consistency of the construction of task teams that always have senior detectives in charge.
Yeah, in fact, let me just help you. Judge Gogolstone was an apartheid judge in 1990. We're not transformed in this country during those years. And I want to put it to you that those issues which you are really familiar with invoke the pains of South Africans. If you are talking about Judge Goldstone as if he's an angel, with me, you are completely wrong. But be that as it may, let's go further because there's no time now. In paragraph 7, you allege that Minister Cele went behind their backs.
That's what police told me.
Yeah.
And yep.
Were you present, or is there hearsay as well? Were you present, or is it a
I
hearsay?
said this was what they were saying. I didn't say I was present.
So you agree with me that almost what you gave us on your statement is hearsay?
No,
It's hearsay.
no, it's not. I know a lot of this to be as factual as can be. I mean, tell me, have any of you asked whether it's true that Mkhwanazi went and stopped the arrest of a human trafficker on the instructions of Cele? This is a police note. Has anyone asked that? Because I don't know if it's true.
Let's not off-ramp talk. Intelligence claim without verification is false.
Look, that's a whole subject in itself. I just want to say one thing in my own defense. Do you know, in the middle of the 80s, when this violence broke out, I quoted a line from Bob Dylan's song.
Yeah,
How many deaths will it take till we know how many people have died? Look, and that was I was blaming the white government. Look at the people who are dying now. And a black government, and nobody cares about them, but they care about politicians dying. I mean, this is what bugs me. I'm dealing with poor people getting killed, no justice.
Let me tell you, Doc.
And no one does anything in this money spent on the task team.
Dr. DISBANDMENT.
Yeah. If you want to, I think we're just...
Dr. DISBANDMENT.
Yeah.
Dr. DISBANDMENT. Honorable Skosana is a young South African. And when a young South African appeals to the chair to say he needs protection from a senior citizen, I get worried. Because, you know, I have respectfully requested you that sitting here as young South Africans, we want to tap wisdom from you. And I want him to tap wisdom from you. Honorable Skosana.
Yes, before I conclude, because I know the chair will be saying to me, it's time up. Let me say this quickly. In paragraph 30 to 32, you present extremely a serious intelligence allegation. You then admit, in your own way, I have no way of confirming any of these allegations. If you cannot confirm them yourself, why are you presenting them as evidence to Parliament? No. Did you at any point verify these claims with intelligence, with the Inspector General of Intelligence? And what statutory authority do you have to receive crime intelligence information? Your contradiction about Senzo Mkhunu leaves much to be desired. Can you respond on that before I give you my last question?
All I can say is I wanted to make it clear I was asked what I knew about intelligence. I gave a very general report about what I had heard, not specifics, allegations, and I said I have no way of knowing whether these allegations are true. I would not have even included that had I not been asked to do it. In fact, you said in your own way that you expected Minister Mkhulu to do nothing.
But there's a claim that you wrote a letter to Minister Mkhunu to disband PKTT. Am I right?
Yes, I think that's not disputed, it's there.
Lastly, Chair, Dr. Tihas, much of your affidavit is, if you will remember, I just want you to remember, and when you respond on me, please be factual, because and confirm whether what I'm going to put to you, is it in your own weight, or am I right? Hearsay, Chair, I want to make it clear. No, wait, Doc. The statement which were given to us is hearsay, unverified allegations, opinions, narratives from accused persons, leaked intelligence, and reconstruction based on anonymous sources. Why should this committee treat any of this so-called reliable evidence put before us?
Can I explain that most of it is not hearsay to me? It's what lawyers, what victims, what community members have told me. I don't know I raised intelligence because I was asked to and because I wanted to motivate this committee, or not this parliament, to rush that civilian control of intelligence through. Remember Cindy Mufamadi's report saying it's urgent because of the creeping culture of secrecy. That's why I put that there.
Let me say this to you, Doc. You spoke about the 1980s. The national commissioner, then he was working for the special branch.
That was
wait, no, I haven't finished. I don't know what hence I don't know what you're going to answer, because I'm still telling you that some of us, he tortured us in the 80s. Now,
sure.
I want to put it to you, Doc, that your statements as well, as I said when we started, some of the journalists, not all of them, I gave names some times ago. You know, Karen Morgan, Anden Passon. You know them. You know, you operate like them.
I know them, but not well.
Marian Tam and others. You know, you sensationalize this. And unfortunately, Minister Senzo Mkhunu as well listen to you. But you can't direct Parliament to do what you want. We need facts here. No, not Tam side. We don't need essays here. Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Doc, and thank you, Chair, for your time.
Honorable Sposana, thank you so much. Honorable Nomvalo, your hand was up.
Yes, it was up for a follow-up question, Chair. I just wanted to ask from Dr. Meridias. Doc, do you know what hearsay is?
Very well.
Because you seem to have a particular understanding of what it means.
I've tried to explain.
And please
when
don't be too long.
Someone talks to me and gives me very detailed evidence, it's not hearsay, it's direct.
No.
I'm not
wait, Mary.
To you, it's hearsay.
Doc, when we say hearsay, we mean to us, because we are presenting what you know to us. You are not presenting to yourself. I said to you, I gave you a legal definition of what hearsay evidence is. That hearsay is an information whose credibility relies on the other person, other than the person who is giving that information. Mm-hmm. So here, you are giving an information, and the credibility of the information you are giving doesn't rely on you, because you are saying, I was told. So it means it relies on the person who told you. That is why we are saying it's hearsay. Had those people who told you, who are invisible to us, written statements, had they wrote statement under oath for you to attach them to your statements, we will be speaking a different language. So it's people of Umkosi who told you Umkosi, and you come and present it here as facts. That is what we are saying. So the credibility of what you are telling us does not rely on you. It relies on the people who told you. And it's hearsay to us. Do you agree with that?
I agree, and this is why I have been writing to Parliament and asked them to hold people to account. If there's an allegation that people are seizing phones without a court order, have you brought them in? Have you got a copy of the order? That's the only way you'll ever verify it.
Yeah,
I can't verify it.
no. I just wanted us to have a common understanding
Yes.
on the meaning of hearsay.
She confirmed.
Then we leave it there. So you agree with me.
She confirmed, Honorable Nomva.
Thank you.
Can I check this with you? Did I hear you call him Mary?
No, I later changed. I said,
Did I hear you?
I later changed. I said, Doc.
Yeah, just say to her that because sometimes in the conversation we have to throw word after word. I unfortunately called you Mary when I was not supposed to have done so.
But I corrected it, Chair, and she did not raise any discomfort. I corrected it immediately. I realized that I made a mistake.
I heard it from where I'm sitting, that is why.
And it was corrected. It means that the only part you missed is a correction, because I corrected.
No, because I know you to always be a person of good intentions.
Exactly.
That is why she must not live here with a wrong impression about you.
No, but it was corrected, Doc.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was corrected.
Chief Whip.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. DeHaas. I just want to make a follow-up on the flowing from what we have just agreed. I take it that you are conceding to the explanation of the meaning of hearsays as provided for by Honorable Nomvalo. Can I ascertain if you are agreeing with his explanation?
Well, technically, perhaps, but I mean, can I explain? If I get somebody telling me something and I can verify it from somebody else, as with some of what's in these letters, I am leaving it to somebody else to interrogate it further. That's why I report to the police. That's why I report to Parliament. I'm asking them to take what I'm giving them to verify it.
Okay. So therefore, in that context, should we therefore conclude that all your unverified allegations are not the basis upon which we can depend on as we prepare our report as a committee?
May I ask if you have asked General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo for verification of everything they've said?
Okay, I will answer your question, but you please answer mine first, because I asked first.
Look, I am reporting what I believe is true from different sources about the political killings team.
That's not an answer to my
If you
question,
say it's
so.
hearsay, well, that's your opinion. To me, it's not. To me, it's empirical, factual information.
Okay, let me explain. I thought we are logical people. And so, because we are logical people, we are following a particular rationality in our conversation. That is why I said, it therefore flows from what Honorable Nomvalo has said, that therefore it would be rational for us as a Committee of Parliament to treat your evidence before us to a larger extent as he has said, because it's until there's a verification about it.
Well, as long as you treat everybody else's evidence in the same way, I wouldn't have a problem.
So if...
Yeah, no, I hear you. Dr. DeHaas, I'm listening to your responses to Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli. And you are saying these matters came to my attention. That's what you are saying. And I'm considering the information that I have gathered in serious light. And in several occasions, I would have returned to Parliament or I would have returned to authorities for them maybe to investigate these matters further. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And then when they have investigated, you expect them to either report back, even if they don't report back to you, but just to report back to the people they represent in government. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, more or less. It's you
Yeah.
like a court who
Yeah.
assess. Yeah.
And that the evidence that you have deposed in your statement, and maybe that you would have presented here orally, is evidence which is still pending verification, because at the time you wrote, it was still not verified.
No, because I had no way of verifying it, did I? Unless the cases are in court.
No, I'm not, look, on your part,
On my part.
on your part, you might have consulted one or two people and they corroborated. But on the part of the authorities, let's say the police commissioner, the minister, or the chairperson of a portfolio committee in Parliament, or a speaker of Parliament, have not returned back to you to say, the information that you gave us, we investigated it, and now we are satisfied that it holds true.
No, nothing like that has happened. That's why I was very glad that there were to be investigations. When, I mean, again, regretfully, I shall not name the commission.
So when you heard that
But-
there is going to be an ad hoc committee to investigate, you got excited.
Well, I was very pleased that Parliament was sitting up and paying attention to what was a serious matter, because
That
I
is
had-
what the chief whip wants to know from you,
Yeah.
that some of the information here, by your own evidence, still have to be verified.
Well, of course, it's, I mean, until cases, the verification in criminal matters is done by a court to the best of its ability, and then it gets contested. I mean, there was one case the task team got convictions for. It had to go all the way to the Concourt before Concourt threw it out because of procedural irregularity. So it's a long process verifying, isn't it?
Yes, because remember the cases that you make reference to here, most of them are, in fact, not most of them, all of them are cases of murder. So yeah, these are very, very complex investigations. And some of the allegations that you make, they go beyond superficial statements. They have to be intensively investigated, and some even scientifically. So you are saying before this committee that some of the information deposed here still has to be verified.
Well, if the cases are in court, I mean, the court will assess in due course, and maybe there'll be an appeal, and you know how it goes.
And that most of the information that you have, you got it from people who are working in the police services.
There are medical certificates about abuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some information you might have got from community members.
Yes.
And those,
Quite a lot.
and those are the people that you have said here, for ethical reasons, you may not mention their names.
Yes.
Those are your sources.
Yeah.
And that the members, Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli, when they say there is evidence that you presented here which is hearsay, it is not hearsay to you in this context, because people might have confided with you and even shown you some material evidence. That is why, from your point, you may argue that is not hearsay. But here, before this committee, because that confidential information is not brought forth it becomes hearsay. Do you agree?
Well, like the other evidence that hasn't been corroborated, I guess any of the evidence that's not
No,
watered,
listen to
surely,
what
am I
listen-
right to say
Listen
that
to what I'm saying. To you as a researcher,
Yeah.
the information has been corroborated because people might have shown you material evidence on which you can rely. Let's say somebody says, I want to show you a medical report. And then they produce the medical report to you. It does no longer become a hearsay to you. But when you appear before a committee of parliament, you appear before a court of law, you make a statement and say, Soviet was suffering from this kind of illness. And they ask you, where is the medical report? You say, no, I can't produce it because it's a confidential matter. It becomes hearsay. Do you agree with me? That is exactly the point that the two honorable members were probing for you to, through your wisdom, come to a point where you say, yes, I agree with you that because I would have confirmed the information myself and it's confidential, I would not be able to bring any evidence before you unless my sources volunteer to come and present it before you. For me, it might not be hearsay because I have confirmed it. But before the committee, in the absence of any evidence, even if I, as Dr. DISBANDMENT, might have seen it, but when I appear before you without any material evidence, you rightfully consider that as a hearsay evidence.
Yes, although,
Correct.
can I just make one point? You must remember that in two of the cases that the task team did, let's take Mzinti case because that's well documented. The case was withdrawn by the court, so I presume they found too that there was no evidence in terms of the section of the CPA.
Yes, it's true. They will find, even if you have the evidence, the court will found that there is no evidence because it has not been presented before court. You get it? Yes.
Yeah, it was a court outcome.
So
which is the best
you agree with what you are saying that you might have confirmed, you might have seen documents, you might have seen this and that. But if that information never appears before any competent authority, it will remain hearsay regardless of how truthful that information is. And that is why in your own word of mouth, you have also said, I have written to several authorities because I wanted them to further investigate these allegations. Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance, Chief Whip, are you satisfied? Okay. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair.
Is it you and Honorable Kola Barnett?
That's correct, yes, Chair.
You will tell me when you are done. Thank you so much.
Yes, Chair. I just want to confirm we have half an hour to split between the two of us, correct? Do we have half an hour between the two of us?
You have 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Okay.
2020, so it means at 6:10.
Okay.
When we break, you are the ones who will take us to break.
Okay.
Because we can't go beyond 3 hours in a session.
100%.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. HAAS. I want to start by asking, do you enjoy speaking to the media or to give interviews and statements or public talks about these kinds of allegations?
I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy any of this. I don't get paid for it. I risk my life, I give my time, but nobody else does it. And that's why I do it. Yeah, sorry, of course, sorry. Are we still working both ways?
Would
Sorry.
you say that in these public forums you present your views with a great deal of confidence? Would you agree?
Generally speaking, yes, I think so. I do. I try to. I mean, when I put out public reports, people can say that's wrong. They can interrogate it further because I'm very against
Doctor,
any secrecy.
May you please come and sit here so that you can face it? Because I see that I have been a teacher before. You know, a teacher always wants to
you
get
want me to sit?
Yeah, you sit here and then talk directly to.
Okay.
I've got quite a loud voice anyway. Oh gosh. Where do you want to go?
The chair to go up a bit. Yeah.
Thanks.
You can sit down, Doctor. That's it.
I understand how society works and how power structures work, and how in a democracy we need maximum freedom of information, and we need bureaucracies that aren't patronage networks, and we don't have them. They're a counter to governance to balance the power in society. So I start with that context, and then I try to do my best to see what's happening in the police, where the abuses are, and I try to be, I'm asked for comment, and I don't much like it. It can be quite a nuisance, especially television. I hate it. And at the same time, I do want to convey information publicly, because the public can then run with it, find out for itself, do things, including political parties. I started back in the 80s by complaining to a political party to ask them to do something. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. So, by what we've heard today, the allegations that you made are not based on your own direct or personal knowledge, are they?
Well, personal knowledge in terms of what people have told me.
No,
You
but
see,
what you've experienced.
some of it I've experienced on the other end of my phone with people.
No,
not
but
with the
you've physically experienced.
Well, it depends what you mean with physically experienced.
I'm saying that it's not gossip.
Personally-
It's not
I've
gossip,
had
it's fact.
threats, put it that way, but I haven't been through what the people I talk to are experiencing.
Have allegedly experienced.
Well, they tell me are experiencing. Of course, it's all alleged until you, well, I see sometimes you have the medical evidence in these things, or sometimes people are threatened and they get killed, and that's evidence.
Respectfully, Doctor, we don't have the luxury of saying that and just saying we report something for someone else to deal with. I'm going to come to that now in my next few questions, but I want to use an example for you. Were you present in the events that you previously accused General Johan Boysen of? I think it was just before 2018, around there, regarding the Cato Manor Squad. Did you experience any of the things that you accused them of?
Well, okay, let's look at that. I don't know why you're bringing this into
No, it's
it.
very relevant. I'll show you
It's
now.
very relevant. I was getting complaints from taxi operators about members of his unit taking kickbacks and working with one faction in the taxis.
But did you see evidence of that?
Well, there's a person who wanted desperately to give evidence who was working with
No,
them. And has
respectfully,
got-
Doctor, did you or did you not see evidence?
I've seen the videos of it.
No, but did you see
All
evidence,
right.
yes or no?
Okay. There was one man who was killed by the unit. The police told me what had happened because the networks, a man who'd witnessed it, and he had no vested interest. He was a white guy, he was horrified. He told me exactly what they'd done. The lawyer himself, a lawyer had also phoned me and said, what was Boysen doing there? Now, I don't know why you're bringing this up.
I'll show you now.
because-
I'll show you now, but that's not, you don't have to question that. I'll show you why.
Allow him to ask questions.
Yeah.
There's
What's
a
it got to
run-up
do
in
with
this
this?
because I'm concerned about the lack of evidence. Despite all your public statements, not one of the things you've said so far, you keep on saying you wrote to Parliament. Trust me, I know. I've got an entire folder with letters, but very few case numbers where you made statements with specific cases, with specific evidence, where you were able to literally go and open a docket at a police station. So my questions regarding that, have you ever gone to the police, let's say in the last 5 years, for a formal sworn statement?
Yes.
Where are they? Why haven't
Well,
you...
no, hang on a sec. Depends what you're asking
No, regarding
about.
any of the allegations that you've made in your statement. Similar to with Johan Boysen, let's talk about the statement that you've submitted to us. Have you done anything to lay charges at the police?
Now, hang on a sec. This is not quite the same thing. I never opened... I wrote to the organised crime unit. It was not up to me. People I worked with opened cases, not me. I just wrote and asked questions. I did not personally ever, until what happened then was, before the Sunday Times, I think, wrote that article, they were looking at taxi violence, and I put them in touch with taxi members. Right. There was I don't know, you may not have seen this. A taxi driver whose members had all been shot dead got an interdict to stop him being killed. And it was against, clearly as MEC, against Boysen, against the minister, and the evidence was there, torture, this, that. He got the interdict, and a few weeks later he was shot dead by the very people that he got the interdict against. Now, I mean, I wasn't
do you know
involved
that?
personally
Do you have evidence
in
for that? Do you have evidence for that? Or is it just hearsay?
Well, it's a court finding that it was serious and that there was an interdict.
No, but was there evidence that that was the reason for him being shot?
Well, it was linked to the taxi conflict in the area.
No, but you see, this is...
What
the thing,
I'm
Doctor.
saying,
I'm
okay,
gonna come
let me
back.
give you one case where the evidence is crystal clear. A 16-year-old child.
No, but is this relevant to this, to what I've asked
Well,
you now?
I'm talking about evidence. I'm saying in some of these cases there's evidence. And this is not about the case.
No, but any of the
unit.
questions I've asked you now, do you have evidence for any of those?
What do you mean? The question about what I wrote to the task team about, what I wrote about the task team.
So, yeah, let's say for the task team, did you open any cases regarding it? Did you go put down or make any statements or open a docket regarding the task team allegations that you've made?
Who could I open it with?
With the
when
police, the South African Police Service.
Well, when the provincial commissioner is helping to run the task team, what's the use of going to the police to open a case when these people are already facing cases and it's up to the court to decide? Why should I open a case?
No, but that's a very convenient answer because you speak about it publicly and you condemn a whole lot of things, which is your right. But then you need to probably prove why you've condemned certain things. I might even agree with you on certain things. The point is just that you can't just haphazardly say these things in the media as though it is fact, when we actually don't know if it is fact. Have you ever submitted any kind of an affidavit to any court, or possibly to the MPA, or let's say to IDAC, regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement?
Well, as I've explained, I didn't know that IDAC would. I didn't know that I could go to IDAC. I think I have sent it to some judicial bodies and got nowhere to ask, what do I do about this? But, you see, what you are saying is, I can't do much until these cases proceed in court. But when there are common themes about abuse, about acting unlawfully, and when there's no need whatsoever for this team, the only people I can go to are the minister and the Parliament to try and take it further.
Isn't it a fact that by speaking publicly but not officially you avoid any legal consequences for your words?
No, not at all. I mean,
But you
I'm
said
the
you
one
make
that
it
risks
public while you leave it
myself
for
getting...
someone else to verify. So that means I can go on any platform and I can say what I like, and Honourable Ngola or Honourable Matthys, any one of them would need to go and verify it. And
I do it because I've been doing it for 40 years and I've been proven right, including by charges against hitmen, brought on my evidence.
But on
in the
2018 with
90s.
Boyson, you were found to be wrong.
I mean,
High Court overturned it. There was an interdict, and the court made it very clear that what you had said was not accurate.
What I'd said, I didn't make statements against Boyson. I challenged.
Oh, I've got the article in front of me, News 24. I'll send you the link. The next one, you will agree that such a possibility exists. Let me start with this one, maybe.
No, I'm confused now because I wrote to the. I believe that if you want to focus on Boyson, I believe the racketeering charges were wrong. There was no evidence. But I believe that in some of those cases, like the taxi driver, there was independent
Let me refresh your memory, Doctor. You said that the original report on the Cato Manor squad, you couldn't see why anything would be wrong in it. That's what you said, despite the fact that court later proved the relevant.
I did not approve of the charging. I never said that the racketeering charges. I did say that I realised that there were charges that should have been brought. In fact, Advocate Batoy sent the dockets back and told the advocate in KZN
So you
to
concede
evaluate
there was a mistake
each of the dockets.
in what you said. There was a mistake in what you said.
No, what do you mean a mistake? What was I talking about?
Well, I'm telling you
Was I
now that
talking about
regarding
Boyson's
today and the
racketeering
questions
charge?
we've asked, or I've asked you regarding General Boyson, is that I would not go as far as even saying yes. I hear what some of my colleagues say. I would sue you for defamation. You just haphazardly say things about people. We don't have that luxury, because if we do that, we get ethics complaints against us, and I can refresh your memory on that as well.
No,
Are you
but hang
aware
on
that
a
General
sec.
Boyson took your allegations to High Court? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and have you
And you're aware
seen
that
the
the High Court
statement
ruled
by
in,
the
are
IPID
you aware
investigator
that, are you
who was
aware that the High Court
traumatised?
ruled in his favour, finding the allegations to be baseless?
The
Are
allegations.
you aware of that?
They found the allegations against racketeering were based. The cases dragged on, they were withdrawn, they were sent back to the provincial DPP for an individual assessment, which I think should have happened. They should have been
But you
taken.
are aware, the point is you are aware that High Court ruled in General Boyson's favour, finding that the allegations were baseless.
When was that? That they ruled that it was baseless?
2018, I'll send you that link as well. The court, after
That was
examining
Boyson-
the actual
no, that was
evidence,
Boyson himself.
disproved the very gossip you have been spreading. Your campaign against General Boyson, in fact, has been legally discredited by a judge. And you've previously justified your refusal to name names by citing a right to remain silent. Am I correct?
Now, hang on. Is this when the charges... I'm confused. Is this when the charges against all of them were withdrawn after years and years of the carrying on? Because the Boyson charges had been withdrawn before that, as I remember. And I think the Boyson charges were completely out of order. There was no, at that stage, no evidence for racketeering.
Dr. DeHaas, let's clear the slate, because I think we're speaking past each other. In terms of what was said today, you have previously, or you said today, that the right to remain silent is a protection for an accused person facing criminal charges, isn't it? Is that
Well, that is part of
Okay.
what's allowed.
You're not the accused here. You are a witness, or at least you are posing as one. Do you understand the difference?
Well, I was called because I'm a witness, I take it, or no, I was called to give evidence. I'm not a witness to any. But what I don't understand
No, but
is I don't know what this has all got to do with what is happening with the task team, because it's a very different situation to
well, it's
what...
quite simple. You made certain allegations. You don't have evidence to back it up. We need to see the evidence in order for us to write a report, to make recommendations to Parliament. So you're not the accuser, you're a witness. A witness has a moral duty to come forward with evidence, not to hide behind the rights of the accused. So do you understand that?
The accused also have rights, you know.
No, but
They're innocent
you're not
until
the accused.
proven
That's
guilty.
my point. You're not the accused, though. You're the witness. So when you
No.
invoke the right to remain silent, you're either fundamentally confused about the law, or you're
No.
using it as a shield to avoid accountability for your unsubstantiated claim. So which one is it?
Look, the only thing I have refused to divulge is the names of policemen who gave me information. The rest is public. And I wrote to Parliament hoping they would call people in and interrogate the matter. Right. You know, did you get orders? Tell us, show us the orders you got. Did you get this, that, the other? Now, I have a duty as a human rights defender to report abuses. I have got nowhere, I'm afraid, and I mean, that's another whole story, that IPID itself is not functioning properly. There's a whole story there.
But
and
let's pause
so,
about what
so
you said.
all I could do is go to Parliament and say, will you just call the minister in and ask him these questions and see if
You just said you have a duty to protect people's rights, correct?
Yes.
Don't you have the same duty to not defame people or to not make wild accusations without
I'm not
evidence?
making wild allegations. I'm making
So
allegations.
everything in your statement you've got evidence for.
Look, I've
And
got...
don't get me wrong, I
means
know
what you
that
mean
sometimes
to
we have
say
to join
by
the dots.
evidence. In this statement, I'm reporting very clearly what people told me and what appears to be credible information that I want investigated. That's why I
So
read
what
this.
appears to be.
How do you know? You can't say. It seems
You just said it, I'm just quoting you.
No, but I'm just saying, it seems very likely when different people say the same things quite independently, when they talk about the torture, when they talk about the seizures, when they talk about this, there's a parallel, different people who don't even know each other. I have a duty to say this is a pattern. It's a pattern that's, that's emerging. And that's what I'm saying, and I want it investigated.
You are 100% correct that you need to report those things. What I'm saying to you is that if you make accusations, public statements and accusations, like earlier when you're saying certain people aren't legitimate, I can't remember the exact word that Honourable Skosana used, but I think you asked if certain people were credible. If you make a statement like that, you need to be able to back it up. You can't just make a statement because of what someone else said. I understand that sometimes you need to join the dots, 100%. Sometimes we don't know 100% of something, we know 80% of it. And I get that then we have to speak about context and openly say we're not sure about this or that. But to just go out with sweeping statements and to create the impression like everything is wrong or everything is fine creates a significant misrepresentation. I want to ask you, and just as a correction maybe, you said earlier that Parliament didn't respond to your complaint from late last year. Parliament did, and in fact, Parliament even forwarded your complaints to the Minister of Police, to the National Commissioner as well. So just to let you know, that was done, and the response was sent to you. We did acknowledge receipt. In fact, Babalwa and Bengu was the one that did
acknowledged
that.
receipt, but after that I didn't do anything
but
more.
it mustn't create the impression that Parliament didn't respond.
Well, it was
we
a
get-
receipt of
we get
something. I don't know what you
100%.
did with it, because you didn't tell me.
Well, I don't need to, but in January, we had that session about the political killing task team.
okay.
We had the first round then. It was eventually postponed to another month, but we ended up doing it. So,
All right. But I mean, I didn't get any notice of that, so I didn't know that you
but
had
then you
done
can't,
anything.
exactly, then you can't just make the statement. Before you make the statement and you sign on the dotted line, you need to make sure that it's credible. We can't just make a sweeping statement about what we do and don't do, because it creates a total and utter misperception of our work.
Well, look, I've had responses in the past to say thank you and we'll do this or do that, and I didn't, so I assumed nothing was being done. But thank you for correcting it. No, I hadn't been told that before.
Dr. HAAS, I'm going to, in the Chair's absence, I want to hand over to the Honourable Kola Barnard.
Yeah, no, as the acting chair, thank you, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Barnard, it's your time now.
Thank you very much. Just to go back, because I was there during the whole business of the looted 45 million, or attempts to loot the 45 million, the notorious 45 million. It seems there were many careers destroyed by that revelation of that 45 million. The then Crime Intelligence Financial Officer, Brigadier Tiani Hlangwane, stopped the money and the purchase of the notorious grabbers, and was immediately facing disciplinary hearing and was eventually dismissed. Robert McBride, as head of the IPID, was very vocal about it, spoke very openly about it in the Police Portfolio Committee, and he was then promptly suspended and had to go to court. The courts cleared him, and the upshot of all of that was he was refused a second term. What confused me was when we were listening to Cedric and Kabinda, who I gather is coming back, that the decision to prevent Robert McBride, as then head of IPID, for standing for a second term, was taken elsewhere, not in Parliament, before the committee even sat to take the decision, which it seems, and indeed seemed very obvious to me during the meeting, that it was all predetermined. It was a hatchet job of note. In fact, I think I walked out in utter horror at what was going on. And it seemed to me that at that stage, Parliament was just being treated as a rubber stamp organisation. The decision's already taken, there's the rubber stamp, just click it, tick the box, move on. Is this perhaps an example of the political interference that has been so much spoken about of late?
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was because, I mean, my feeling is, and it's not, it's peripheral to what you've said. I mean, I think, and your committee, if I remember rightly, was a good committee. Were you on the committee before Birkman or after, during Birkman? He was a very good chair, yes. And, I mean, if you look back, going right back to after Zuma became president, there was a gradual, more and more interference in government institutions by ministers. And, I mean, like, for example, yeah, and at that time, it must, I mean, as I said, I can't comment, but I would agree with you that it seems to have been all arranged beforehand, before the, you know, that McBride couldn't come back. But what I do know is that, I mean, an IPID itself became very polarized, very, very polarized. After that, I think it was, I got the most awful letter from them where they were all fighting among themselves. And the other thing was that the person that was appointed to head IPID, I don't think had the competence to do it, because I'd worked with the police reporting officer, which became something else and then IPID, from the beginning, and there were always prosecutors or advocates or prosecutors in charge of IPID. And I think this person lacked most of those qualifications. Be that as it may, but I think your point is very important, because I went to the Portfolio Committee in the last Parliament and gave evidence about why there had to be completely independent oversight of IPID. And I drew on a whole range of information from European countries where the ministers don't come near it, or if people have been in the police for a while. I remember saying to Birkman, we've got a head of IPID in KZN who was a police general. How can we have that? We've got policemen who were working in an area that are now in IPID. You've got to have independence, and that's in my submission. And I think the DA also agreed that the legislation that was passed, I think you opposed it. I think the DA opposed it. But the majority won the day, and I believe, and I'm saying this because I think, bear it in mind, I believe that new legislation does not give sufficient independence to IPID, because it still allows the minister to have a hand in it. That was what I think. And I think there was probably intervention by ministers then. Certainly I know from people in KwaZulu-Natal, clearly was everywhere and doing everything himself, instead, you know, and of course he wanted Sithole out, and I mean, yeah, but I'm sure there's political interference all over the place. You know, you can't get prosecutions of people like clearly.
You refer on page 100 of your additional documents to what you call malicious arrests. this in relation to the PKTT. Please expound on that claim.
They appear to be malicious. They certainly do. I mean, the fact that charges were completely withdrawn against him, Zindley, on fairly minor stuff for which he'd been refused bail, and against another man too, Vete, they were withdrawn. Dlamini, why on earth is he being charged and refused bail for allegedly defeating the ends of justice? And he told me that in the disciplinary case, the one witness they relied on had admitted that he'd been told to sign the statement. So that appears malicious. I can't speak about the Cato Manor people, but there is a consensus out there in the community, but hey, they didn't do it. And even a policeman told me that the other day. They're not the people who did it. And I've traced it back again to factional disparities in Tekwini that are likely. But my problem, with it's not just the task team doing this. In Glebelands, they went in and they kept charging people because they were opposing the councillor. And I went in, one of them was charged, he was badly tortured, limping, he'd been really abused. I went into his hearing and I was sitting there, and one after the other was getting up and charges were being withdrawn. And the charges were withdrawn against the abused guy. He lost his job in the meantime. And it became a common thing to deal with political enemies. They brought malicious charges in the 90s against Vilagazi, who was arresting IFP wards. They then brought malicious charges against the top investigator who was getting to the root of the intra-ANC violence in Richmond. And they were maliciously charged. So I've seen this happening, and I'm wondering if it's a way of kind of discouraging. Nothing's proof until you get everything out in the open in a court case, and people can go along and give their evidence. But what I am concerned about is this creeping culture of secrecy, and this is why I will defend myself about giving the only opinions I give to the media. It's sending people off to do their own work that I'm hoping to do when I go public. But I'm really concerned. I'd also given evidence about that secrecy bill. Very alarmed. There was a creeping culture of secrecy. The Mufamadi report said 6 years ago it is urgent to get civilian control back. And it hasn't happened yet because, as you know, the Honourable Kola Barnard, as you know, that report was driven through Parliament last year. The law was, and only enacted this year. So we've lost 6 years, and in the meantime, there's no real control over the intelligence agencies to speak of, even by Parliament, until we get the Inspector General's office sorted out. I think that's a priority.
You referred to move to page 102. You say, and I'm quoting, dead men tell no tales. You're referring to the political killing task team, and you claim that the PKTT kills rather than arrests. Now, do you have any figures, any stats? Do you have any proof that that is happening? I live in KZN, and I am of the opinion that police killings have increased, but I have no proof.
No, look, I don't know if it's linked. The killings that have increased, and these are reported in the media, and your colleague, Honourable Breitenbach, sent a researcher to me to get information about it. Dozens of killings, no witnesses. In one case, I know that the man who, a member of one of the police teams, it wasn't the political killings team though, another team altogether, is apparently notorious for killing people, just shooting them dead. And I also know, because our mortuaries, you'll be hearing a lot more about that, or the Justice Portfolio Committee will. I'm a member of a medical rights group. Our mortuaries in KZN are dysfunctional, starting with when Glormo was MEC, when he also killed cancer patients with corruption. And that is in a report. I mean, it's not my hearsay. Right. Glormo also sided with criminal employees who went out on strike illegally and did everything, and they lost most of the good pathologists. The equipment doesn't work a lot of the time. To cut a long story short, our medical rights group, that's got the former head of law, it's got one of our top pathologists and medical people, sent a report to the Law Commission requesting that the mortuaries be taken away from the Department of Health and put under an independent board. Because we don't know how many of these killings were deliberate and how many not, but we know in one private post-mortem that was done by the very same policeman allegedly killing other people, that the top pathologist said the 4 or 5 deceased could not have posed a threat to the police. But we can't get further, so Parliament is going to be getting more lobbying because we're going back to the Law Commission. They ignored us. We said, we want this taken away, put on representatives of the police, justice, Department of Home Affairs, health. It's got to be an independent board. There's a trade in body parts going on in the Durban mortuary. Whole bodies disappear sometimes. So, I mean, this is the problem with any police killings right now. We don't know. But there's been a spate of them. I mean, I think for Glynis's researcher, the Honourable Breitenbach's researcher, I gave her a list of some of the names that I had, or some of the details, but we honestly don't know whether they were justified or not. But I don't know, they're not linked specifically to the political killings task team. It's linked more to the extraordinarily high numbers of people getting killed by
in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking at much of what you've written in the reports, it seems you're putting the cost of the political killing task team in juxtaposition to the relatively small number of political killings versus the over 70 daily civilians killed nationally. I don't know what it is in KwaZulu-Natal specifically. Cost-wise, the political killing task team does appear to be incredibly well-resourced, but I don't want to use the phrase bang for the buck, but you understand what I'm saying. The money spent there in relation to perhaps boosting other of the specialized units may be more effective. I don't know if the study has been done.
No, I don't know either. All I know is that right now there's an area in Camperdown, which is near Maritzburg. Some of it is restitution land, some of it's more private owned. There are 3 court interdicts on that land to stop invasions. They're being ignored. Land, housing mafias are coming in with rifles and threatening and intimidating. People are desperate. And there's not an operational response person in sight. That's where they should be. Now, and yet we're spending the money running around with the task team. Women are telling me in townships, former townships around Durban, we know about the Cape Flats, but it's mayhem in townships. They say they can't sleep at night for the gunshots. That's why I'm making this thing about guns. They say kids are running around with drugs and guns, and then nothing's being done about it. These are ordinary, decent people. We're talking about mothers who are so worried about their kids. Talking about on Saturday the kids that were studying for the matric exams up in the Matuba area were robbed. They were studying for matric at night with their teacher, and along come the thugs, rob them, terrorize them. No police. Now, I mean, we've got to do something about police resources. We've got to balance them. I mean, the farmers are still saying they're attacked for political reasons. Well, we know that story. But, you know, I mean, it's been broadcast in America by Trump. But the point is it's rural safety. It's a symptom of lack of complete rural safety. You don't hear about all these black people that are getting killed all the time in those areas. Even people in another area, it's restitution land. The man who's leading the anti-mining movement and even one of the traditional leaders under threat of death. I mean, we've got to balance these resources properly. It's a sheer luxury to keep paying this political killings task team for what's not needed, because we must empower our detectives. We must train them well, and they can tackle everything then. I mean, these criminal cases.
My final question. Were you surprised at all when the Inspector General of Intelligence was suddenly suspended by the President?
I was amazed because I'd had good dealings with him. I mean, I didn't know him, but I mean, we had sent him stuff confidentially because it was confidential information about all the front companies and things. And he actually wrote and thanked me for it. He was grateful for it. He seemed to be, from what I was seeing, a big improvement. But look, remember, the post had been vacant for years. But he did seem to be getting on with things, from what I've heard from other people, and my own experience that he was taking what we were sending him seriously.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett. Doctor, do you know Sibongiseni Dlomo, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo,
Oh, God.
who was the MEC of Health in KwaZulu-Natal?
Very well. Bad, bad news.
And then, did I hear you saying that? Did I hear you saying that Dlomo killed a cancer patient?
Indirectly, because what happened was we had almost brand new, there's a 50-page report we sent to everybody, the Human Rights Commission, nobody did. And it was, what happened was that the new cancer machines weren't serviced.
Listen to me, doctor.
The new cancer machines were not serviced, and cancer patients who were treatable died.
Listen to me, doctor. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption. Is that what the statement you want to put here?
No, okay, sorry. There was a report from there was a very good investigative journalist who was following it up. I think it embarrassed people, and there was a very good DAMP, Dr. Kika, who was also involved. What happened was this, that the Office of the Treasury in KZN did a report that showed the corruption, that the money had been siphoned off irregularly, that was destined. There's also a letter I have from the head of the department saying, yes, we gave this report to Dr. Dlomo. So he did something, he did nothing, he had the report. Now that's corruption in terms of anti-corruption legislation, if you know something. Anyway, so the cancer patients died because the money to service the machines had just disappeared. Okay. We then write to the Human Rights Commission, they do nothing.
No, doctor.
So what do you want me to say? You can excise that report.
I got that part. What I want to hear from you is that are you able to reiterate what you said, that Dr. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption?
Can I put it more tactfully? When Dr. Dlomo was MEC for Health, there was gross corruption in the cancer, the oncology. They were almost new machines. They weren't serviced. There was no money. There was a Treasury report about corruption. Dlomo was responsible because he knew about it and did nothing. We don't have to say he killed people, but if you are told about corruption and cancer patients die, you're responsible.
You don't want to say he killed people.
No, I don't want to say that publicly. I was responding
so
to...
you want to withdraw that statement?
I
which
want
you
to
said
withdraw. Yeah,
that
I want to
Dr.
withdraw.
Domo killed people with his, killed cancer patients
Well,
with his corruption.
effectively.
Yes, I
But
want. I
let's
want,
not say it, though.
Doctor, I want to hear you saying it that I want to withdraw the
I
statement.
want to withdraw the
that
statement
that I made
about Dr.
Dr.
Global.
Domo.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so
Okay.
much. Chief Whip.
No, I just want to make a follow-up, Dr. Diaz. Now, in the light of, you might have noticed that I arrived when proceedings were already underway.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that.
My own experience since after the lunch break has been that you have been withdrawing a lot of assertions we have made in this meeting. And some of these assertions, you would have made them as passionately as your written statement. Would I be correct to conclude that the level at which you become passionate about something and the vigorous nature of your approach in dealing with that issue should not mislead us to think that therefore because of that level of a vigorous nature to the issue is true?
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to look at what I've written and make an assessment on that. So there's a lot of material I've sent to you. As I said to you, I'm sitting in a province where I'm dealing day in, day out with people who are under threat of attack or who want justice and they don't get it. So yes, I'm passionate about it. I don't want to do this. I do it reluctantly because people want me to. And you want to know how many messages I got supporting me? Well, you must do that today. Anyway, but at the same time, when I put something in writing, I can justify it with having at least interviewed, formed an assessment that I want taken forward in the finalisation of court processes. And I also, because, as I said, it goes even beyond the fact that we spent all this money on what appear at this stage to be hardly any successes, given the number of political people died. We can't afford it, quite frankly. We need that money for policing for areas where people are not getting protection, where there aren't enough detectives, where there aren't enough vehicles. There's rural roads in KwaZulu-Natal where you're a long way from a police station.
Okay, sorry.
So that's what I'm arguing for, resources.
No, I understand that, Dr. Dehas. Maybe I must also, there's quite a few of us here who are from KwaZulu-Natal. So quite a few of us here. Maybe majority of the committee members here are from KZN. So you are talking to people who are familiar with, who were born there, grew up there, activists until who are in parliament now. So, but I don't get a definite answer to my question. Let me tell you why it's important we must understand you properly.
Please.
When you are engaging with us as members of parliament, and like I'm saying earlier on, you are demonstrating a very firm assertiveness on certain issues. And immediately when we interrogate those issues, you concede. And you say, no, I didn't mean that. No, then if you say that, I withdraw. It is the same level of passion and enthusiasm with the subject you are engaged on that is reflected on your written statement, which you did alone without anybody challenging you on it. So my question was, and still is, would you agree with me that therefore it doesn't mean that everything as presented here and the level of authoritative assertiveness you have demonstrated in your written script doesn't necessarily mean all of it must be taken as it is?
I want you to take what I put in writing seriously.
And not.
I don't, you've got to distinguish between open responses, because I found some of them kind of quite provocative, I guess, because I don't see what your own Boyson's got to do with this, and I don't see, but I mean, I have agreed with you that anything is, for you, hearsay, because it's been told to me. I had very, very thorough training in interviewing people and assessing people. I ask questions, I ask other questions to try and find out more and try and for them to confirm. I mean, it doesn't help, you know, if you can't sit down and face people. But when you interact with people, things get often more emotional. And I'm sorry, this is Parliament. I'm used to these things in academic things where we're all shouting at each other and contradicting each other and things like that. But I want you to distinguish between what I think and write, because when I put things in writing, I'm more careful than when I speak.
Oh, no, then I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chief Whip. And thanks very much, honorable members, for this session. We are going to break and come back after 20 minutes. I have said that we will have a short meeting during break, but I'm postponing the meeting when we conclude the session, to when we conclude the session. I mean today's proceedings. Doctor?
Yes.
May we come back at 20 minutes to 7.
Okay. May I ask, Honourable Chair, how long it's likely to take? Because I was hoping to see a relative in Cape Town, but I don't think it's going to happen.
The relative is watching you here now.
No, I'm just saying, I'm only asking about time for that.
Our problems are many
banking
today.
on it, yeah.
I have many problems.
Let me just say to you,
We have serious problems.
this is
Honorable
this is,
Novalo,
what is
Honorable
going to happen.
Mola, Honorable Skhosana
Honorable
and Chair,
members,
kuyayiwa ezulwini.
Let me honestly respond to the question by Dr. HAAS. When we come back, Honorable Matthys is going to have a conversation with you, then followed by Honorable Sols at the back, and then Honorable James, Honorable Shongwe, and then the Chief Whip. So we are left with 5 speakers. So 20 minutes by 5 is how many minutes? It's about 1 hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah,
and
almost 2 hours. Yeah.
and the SC, oh no, he says he does not have, yeah, maybe I can, 5 or 6 minutes, I can also have a conversation with you. Yeah, somewhere,
So a couple of hours.
yeah, around, so it takes us around to between 20 past 8 and 8:30.
Okay, well, that's the end of that. Okay, sorry, that's all right. I just needed to know so I can let them know.
Yeah, no, we enjoyed the conversation with you. That's why I said to you, we are like your grandchildren, you see. We sit around the fire.
In Durban.
Yeah, we
Durban, my
must
children.
get those stories of your youth. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, okay. So we're taking a break, okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
So what were you offering at the university? The University of...
Mola, you? No heaven for you. Where is Skhosana? No heaven for you. Nomvalo? No heaven for you.
Bonani, Dr. DISBANDMENT is not here, and it's now 20 minutes to 7. And Honorable Mattheis has started asking questions. And the witness is not here. She has not heard your first question. Yeah?
Chair, I think let's apply for a warrant of arrest.
Prof, Doctor, so you have deserted me here because the reason why you must sit here is because you must face the audience. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Mattheis.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Dr. Diaz. I'm the next lot, and I'm the nicest one that you're going to have in this ad hoc committee today. Just to start off with, did you read the ad hoc terms of reference? Have you gone through the ad hoc committee, this committee that you're in now? Have you gone through our terms of reference?
Sorry, I did look at them very briefly when they came through, and as I've been explaining to people, it was not helped by the fact that I've had computer problems for the last week, and my home network has disappeared, so I'm having to work between a USB and a tethered data thing. So, but I did see them, and they came through just at the time I was grappling with that, and I read them quickly.
Okay. So I just wanted to, and this is just by the way, Dr. Mary, is that we do have our terms of reference does allow us to appoint a forensic investigator. Okay. So it is something that we can do if the need arises. So just tell us, where were you born?
I was born in England.
You were born in England, and you grew up in England as well, or?
No, I grew up here, actually.
Oh, you
I went
grew
to
up here.
school here.
Okay. Just some clarifications on your qualifications. You said you've got a Master of Social Science degree. Or
I've got a
is that-
research master for my research, a cum laude one. I have a social work qualification. I have an honours and masters, and then I've got this doctorate from Rhodes, an honorary doctorate for my work in human rights. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And then you often
And a lot of publications.
Okay. And is that how you got the title of professor through your publications?
People call me that, and I would say I'm not a professor. I should have been, because I was just too busy teaching and doing this to finish a degree. But I mean, it's quite not difficult to finish a PhD, and I've published most of it. So I mean, people call me that, and they use this term professor often in America if you're an academic at university. But I'm not, I didn't get the official professorship because I hadn't finished the PhD that would have got me the professorship when I was teaching. Yeah.
Okay. You also indicated that you often assist SAPS officers who have either been illegally arrested or persecuted, as you indicated. Where do you get the funding from?
Okay. No, I haven't had it for years. We had it for 10 years. Professor Zulu and I had it. It was a joint project. It was Natal Monitor, became KZN Monitor, a research project. And we got the funding from Norwegian People's Aid for 10 years, between 1995 and 2005. All very proper, audited in our research codes. And it was given initially for research on the continuing violence, and then Shobi Shabane happened, and the funders agreed to give us money for legal work, and that's how we funded legal representation for victims, families of victims at Shobi Shabane. So haven't had funding. I mean, I get, if I publish stuff in academic journals, which I don't get nearly enough time to do as much as I want of, I get funding in my research account that I can use for academic purposes only.
So it was the Norwegian government. Did they approach you, or did you approach them, or did you apply for funding?
Well, somebody who'd been in exile approached us, actually, and they had representatives here at the time, and when they were running around with me some of the time to see what was happening, and then they offered us small funding. But as I said, the funding, they then offered us more after Shobi Shabane, and that allowed us to help people with legal problems if they didn't have legal help. But it stopped in 2005.
Okay, and who was the person that assisted you in facilitating the funding? You said there was someone?
What was his name? Yeah, there was a... It was networked. The person, Paul Zulu knew someone who'd been in exile who was very close to ANC leadership. She's deceased now. She was Doris Kosana. And she'd been fairly well up in it. And we dealt with, she knew the Norwegian People's Aid people. That's how it happened. And they got interested in what was happening during the years of the violence. And I took them around, actually. They had the shock of their lives one day when we got chased out of a shack area that was later on going to be the site of another massacre. We didn't know what all the soldiers would do. Anyway, and they sort of got the message that maybe there's something going on here. Yeah.
Okay. So you've also indicated to us that you're an expert on policing and policy and the Constitution, particularly around policing. When you send information that you receive, how do you sift through that information to determine that this is the appropriate person or institution or agency to send whatever information that you get to? And do you think that you use the right information forms? For example, when you lodge a complaint to the public protector, they have a process on how and forms that need to be filled out. So just sending an email sometimes does not necessarily amount to it being a formal complaint because there's processes in place.
In the first years of democracy, I would go to the police and they would respond, and that just fell away gradually in the 2000s, and I'm lucky if I get any responses at all. I mean, there's some police that at stations that have been helpful. I will sometimes phone about patrols. Generally speaking, written answers are few and far between. You know, there used to be much more. I mean, recently I just passed on a complaint. I wasn't able to evaluate. And it did get investigated, actually. And I was worried because it involved a supposed unregistered person. So I do it in different ways. We had no success whatsoever with either the Human Rights Commission or the Public Protector in KZN. But we got the investigation into Gleeblands hostel by just before, I think it was the last report that Advocate Madonsela wrote, because a lawyer with whom I work, who used to be the head of the law department, knew her well, and having the local office having turned us down, she did the investigation. So we've used different channels, and I've often sent stuff on to Parliament. I mean, at one stage, when I did complain to Parliament about torture and the fact IPID was doing nothing about it, it was while Advocate Birkman was the chair. And they followed up. They got an undertaking from the national office. They'd investigate. It was about our province. The guy came down here. He needed to see me urgently. I went out my way, and he said, look, I quite agree. Everything I've followed up looks right. And he got called back the very next day to head office because McBride had just arrived back, and I think he wanted a meeting, and that was the end of it. So we have had follow-ups in the course of the years to ask answers from, say, in that APID. So different. Yeah.
So why do you think the institutions or agencies that you, or SAPS in particular, where you normally had a relationship with and they would respond, why do you think they stopped responding to you?
Oh, because everything changed in 2009. I mean, clearly became the National Commissioner. And we had a return to military policing, which should never have happened. I mean, the ANC had taken a very firm decision in 1995 to demilitarize policing. And it was brought back immediately because clearly likes running around in a uniform, and then it became shoot to kill. And not only that, but I mean, and I'm quoting media reports now, oh gosh, there's this man who was a bodyguard, now he's a brigadier, that we were getting all this, and I was getting reports from people about nepotism. So it started to go down, less and less responses. And I mean, we saw that with Gleeblands, for example. There was a crisis there, people were dying all the time. And I was writing to the provincial commissioner then, the woman that was suspended for the World Cup tender, which was signed off by Clearly. He signed it off. He should have been charged, not her. Okay. And she never ever, she once said, oh, let's have a meeting, and then she withdrew the, never replied to anything.
So you're pretty much saying that it had more to do with who came into leadership. You don't think it had anything to do with the quality of the information that you were sending or asking about?
No, I don't think so, because I was doing what I've been doing since I mean, in 1990, there was this big effort from people that we knew were not very nice security police, but oh, isn't all this nice, you know, that we're having this change, and I knew they were lying because at one stage before 1994, I think it was the Vryburg actually, there was a real theory that the police were far to the right of de Klerk and didn't like what he'd done. And there was a real, at one stage, there was even talk about, well, if there's a coup, it's not going to come from the army, who are largely behind de Klerk, but from the police. So there were those tensions, and I think they went out of their way to show, but nothing much changed, actually.
Okay. So I'm curious about how you did not know that you had an option of lodging a complaint with IDEC, given your vast experience.
No, IDAC, you mean?
Yeah, IDEC.
Oh, right. Well, I guess I guess that it didn't, I hadn't thought of looking. I'll be honest with you that I'd tried over and over again to get action from IPID and got absolutely nowhere with anything, even with cases where we produced the medical evidence about the severity of the torture. I mean, yeah, so I was kind of, there was IPID, there was, I could have gone to the civilian secretariat, but I've never ever seen much. I've seen a lot of bad laws coming out of that have had to be sent back from the civilian secretariat. One of the things I put in parting was this, in suggestions forward to think about basically is that there's far too much power in the hands of one person, of the Minister of Police, who, regardless of who the Minister of Police is, because it's the Minister of Police who decides on the head of a... I mean, now there's a bit of window dressing about, well, let's call for nominations in the new legislation. The Minister of Police is the one who appoints the head of IPID, or ultimately appoints the civilian secretariat, which is supposed to give it, and they've got civilian secretariats in the different provinces. Because I once said to one of the Director Generals, well, what are they doing if you want us to... Oh, he said, nobody knows what they do. I thought, what an admission. Anyway, we've got the Civilian Secretariat, and of course we've got, it's IPID Civilian Secretariat, Minister of Police, of course. I mean, National Commission, no, well, that's the President. But there's got to be a recommendation somewhere. I think that there's a need, there's too much power over oversight bodies of the police with one pair of hands in the form of the minister. I think there should be more of a parliamentary role, quite honestly, in who becomes heading those particular institutions of IPID and the Civilian Secretariat.
So in terms of the IDEC, and you're not, so you weren't quite familiar with IDEC?
No, I mean, I thought, you see, I thought that they had a more specialised agenda, quite honestly. I was thinking that they were into specific types of corruption. I mean, it gets quite confusing because we've got the SIU running around and we've got all sorts of people who are supposed to be doing it. But, I mean, I'm glad of that suggestion.
Okay. Have you read the terms of reference for the PKTT?
The PKTT, now where are the, all I know is whatever was published about it, yeah. And it was political killings in KZN, yeah.
So you haven't, or you didn't, the IMC, have you read their terms of reference?
Sorry, the
IMC, which was the interim ministerial...
I've never seen a report by them. No, I mean, I don't know whether they ever report it to Parliament. I mean, that's something that I could...
Have you tried to access any of those documents?
Well, I looked to see, what I looked at the time I wrote that conversation article, I looked to see whatever I could find about their operations. And all I could get, it was a decision and it was media reports, basically. Okay.
So when did you conclude that the PKTT was a rogue and unnecessary task team?
Well, it was starting to show that way a couple of years. They'd had 2 years when I wrote that conversation article. They'd withdrawn charges in 3 high-profile cases. It was impossible. It was impossible to assess. And you see, someone asked me about how many convictions were there. And I mean, I've scoured media reports. I know that there are cases in court from people that tell me. I've scoured media reports, and there's not many high-profile cases. You know, the high-profile cases get reported in the media, and they used to be even better reported 5 years ago. So you do pick up, and I know, you know, with people, I know more about the killings in the areas. I've never, ever heard about anyone having been convicted. Some of the cases that have happened recently, a couple of them, they said, you see, we're getting these convictions. They've been there for years. They've just dragged on. And I think in at least one of those cases, the work had been done by the provincial team. It was going back that far. In another case, it seemed that, and this may be a problem in other cases, that the man who pulled the trigger had been convicted, but he was telling everybody who would listen to him, apparently, that, but hang on, I told them who sent me, and they weren't interested in investigating. But again, this is what I want. These were the things that I was hoping that some investigation into them would look at. Okay. I mean, I'm talking about, you know, forensic investigators looking at records and things like that.
So about 2 years ago, you'd say that you held the opinion that the PKTT was a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, for 3 or 4 years, what was it now? 4 years ago, over that. There was very little to show for it at that stage. Yeah.
And largely your assessment on that and your conclusion on that, is it safe to say that it was based primarily on media reports and then the few people that you have engaged with?
No, it was more than that. I knew some of those cases.
Well,
I knew the investigators.
So let's say at the moment there's 121 dockets.
Yeah.
So out of that, 1%, 2% on the cases, because you also don't know how many actual cases they have investigated over the years.
I can't make any assessment without a knowledge of what dockets they took. I mean, they took one docket I'm aware of. It's fairly high profile, but it's got nothing to do with politics as far as I know, and they made a copy of it. Okay. And they've taken other dockets that, as I said, are fraud or corruption. But, I mean, the early cases, I was able to make assessments in some of those cases because I knew the context. I knew what was happening in the area. I would hear from people if there had been arrests. So, but, I mean, basically, there was no evidence. There was nothing much to go on in terms of information to assess. And that was even up till the last one, which is in 2022, I think.
Okay. So without giving us the details of the cases, more or less how many of the PKTT cases did you have personal knowledge, or you engaged some of the victims personally?
Look, I can't tell you that now. I've only now pulled all those lists up because I didn't know about, you know, the fact that I would come here, put it that way, after the establishment. And when and I dare not mention the name, that the commission that shall remain nameless was established, they reached out to me. They wanted information. And then when it was starting, I was told, look, we're never going to get to the task team part until at least the end of this year. I'd sent them the sort of stuff I've sent to you. And I then thought, right, I better go through all those lists. I better update them. Somebody wanted an updated one, I think, because I had the information, I just hadn't processed it. So that's what I was doing when you asked me to come here. And I mean, I put the lists aside. It's a very tedious business because the information is so scarce.
Okay, so we have reports since we had the press conference and the ad hoc committee has convened on reports on how many cases there have been, etc. So you haven't accessed any of that information?
They haven't given me a breakdown. The information I'm looking at
we have that. So
is what the information I'm looking at is Minister Mkhulu's affidavit, where they are reporting to him, and that's got case numbers, I'm able to make, in some cases, I'm able to link them because it's the area, it's the case is always opened at the stations that where they happened. And because my lists have got the names of people and where they were killed, I'm able to make rough assessments of whether that's a particular case. But I don't have the breakdown of all the dockets they took. And
Yeah, we
over
have
the
that.
course of, do you have that? Well, I mean, I can work on that, but I mean, that will, as I
Just
said,
over
it
the
will
years,
take
'cause
a
that
while.
would,
I've got other
have a more
backlogs.
informed, it would provide a more informed characterization of the PKTT. So let's talk a little bit about destabilizing. It's not a foreign concept that, countries can be destabilized. And the justice system can also be a deliberate, program by forces that don't want to see South Africa advancing or making any developments. And one of the key methods of destabilizing a country, rather, is creating factions within departments and entities, spreading misinformation and disinformation, sort of what we see with AfriForum and what we see with the farm killings. So how do you approach when you get information before you go and you do media briefings and you write reports and you get that? How do you process your information outside of, doing your one-on-one interviews with people to ensure that you're not part of a team, consciously or unconsciously, that's part of destabilizing our justice system?
No, I actually understand the dynamics quite well. I mean, there's all sorts of ways of approaching this. Let's put it academically. I could say to you what's coming out points to the fact that that team was set up to cover up for politicians. That's my hypothesis. Let's say hypothesis. You have to prove me wrong. So, I've got various theories in my mind. Now, KZN is volatile. We are the heart of probably the most powerful long-distance taxi. There's a lot of ones. I mean, what happens in KwaZulu-Natal is the hitmen linked to the taxis will commit a hit and the taxis will get them off to the hostels they're fighting. And you tell me why we've still got hostels 30 years after democracy.
So, Prof, I'm going to
anyway,
have to cut you
but
short
that's the way it
because-
operates. And of course we're Harbour City.
So I'm just asking,
Yeah.
so do you feel that you are confident enough to know that you're not part
Yes,
of
I do
forces
indeed, I do
who is
indeed. I've
trying
been
to
in this a long
destabilize
time.
and that
Yeah.
your activism is not being weaponized?
Well, anything can be weaponized, especially in the
Because you
social
apply-
media age.
Because when you make your decisions on whether you're going to go public and share information, that you are conscious that I'm not being weaponized to destabilize.
No, I
because
am.
we
I'm
have
pretty sure
an
I'm not,
entire
but my-
minister who made a decision, and largely his decision, even his statement, he came here and it was based on a report that you gave to him.
Not
and that,
only me.
and whether it was intentional or not, I'm just saying, so that had a ripple effect across the entire country. We actually have a commission now and an ad hoc committee based on a report or a complaint that you have submitted. So I'm asking that at no point have you been approached to be part of a grouping or anything to be part of something to push a particular agenda.
I want to clarify that I work completely independently. I mean, I still collaborate with Prof. Zulu, but he's teaching postgrad students and writing. We share information, but we don't work formally together. He's not doing violent stuff anymore, but we are very close friends. I am certainly not part of, there have been attempts to say I'm working for some foreign, I've heard all sorts of weird things. I'm a very independent person.
We can
I
be
make my
very
own
independent.
decisions.
No, I understand that. That's why I said it could be
Honourable
unconsciously.
Matthias,
And Chair,
you
I'm
are,
done.
You are on my discretionary 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, because I'm pretty much done. And this is
At 7:15, your time will expire.
okay. I'm actually was concluding now. I just think, Chair, as an ad hoc committee, because these PKTT reports is going to keep cropping up. We're also going to keep getting witnesses to say that this is not accurate, etc. And as a committee, I think we should make a decision, or consider rather, that we ask the Auditor General to audit the PKTT reports over the years. And I think it's going to be because so far we've got reports from the police themselves, and then we have witnesses come and say the information is incorrect, etc. And the most positive thing we can do is have an independent body who is mandated to do that. The AG auditors, SAPS, and the crime stats as well. So we can ask also for them to do an audit on this, and I think that will help us as we move forward to deal with information.
I would
like
welcome that. That's what the sort of thing I was looking for, basically.
that. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys. So thank you so much, Dr. DeHaas. May we please move to Honorable Sauls, but before we do that, let me take Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thanks, Chair. Doc, when you were responding to Honorable Matthys about the investigative methodology that you espoused to test the credibility of information that you receive, well, I didn't hear precisely your response, but what I captured in your response is that you said before the arrival or before the change of leadership, it was easy for you to test information, but it became difficult, and I think you were specific that it became worse after the arrival of General Pegitele. May you give some brief clarity on that?
Yeah, what I was saying is that I was getting less and less feedback from the police. You know, I'd been writing, and I believe in putting things on record. And if I write and I say, well, can you give me a progress report on this case you're investigating, for example, people are asking me to follow it up for you. That type of thing was decreasing. I was getting very few written responses. I mean, I'd carried on phoning police stations to get patrols and trying to get answers about cases. But what was happening after clearly there were two things. First of all, well, there were more, because he remilitarized the police, and you've got this military ethos in the police. And pardon me, but I tend to, okay, no, I will leave that about the military, but never mind. That was one thing, but it was just getting less accountable from my point of view in getting responses and about what was happening. Look, it did go on. I mean, you know, for example, the Honourable Chair of the Police Portfolio mentioned the Boyson, the organised crime. Now, this is what I did when people came to me and said, you know, these people are seen running around with the rival taxi faction. So I write and I ask about it. I don't get much response, but I did get a bit of a response. Not from, it was Olivier. I mean, I have something about a background of Olivier I won't go into here, but he was acting in charge. I think Boyson was the overall command. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is, though, that the point is that he was in charge of the organised crime, and I did.
Doc.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean to be rude, man. I think I get the gist of your response. I have limited time. I still want.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Yes, I still want to pursue this. Now, should I understand you to say that the investigative methodology that you used to apply, you are not applying currently because of the circumstances?
Depends what you mean by it. I mean, I'm getting as much information as I can for anyone who knows anything, but I'm not getting it from the police most of the time. So
No,
what can I do?
remember, Doc, the original question by Honorable Matthys was, how do you test the credibility of information after receiving it? That was the original question. And your reaction was that it was easy for you before the change happened in leadership. It became worse after General PKTT came in. Now, the question is, does that mean you are no longer using the investigative methodology that you used to use under the then leadership before the arrival of General PKTT? And if you can be very specific and brief so that the chair doesn't whip me.
Yeah. I'll be very brief. No, I haven't changed. I'm still trying to get information from the police, and I often don't get it. That's what's changed. That's all that's changed. I do my best to get, I mean, right now, police are refusing to open a case that a man wants opened against, he's
Yeah,
under threat.
I'm
and it's
sorry.
illegal.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm
what do
very
I do?
sorry.
So I
No,
go to General
My apologies, Doc.
Masemola.
Really, I don't think you understand my question.
It's the same.
You are talking about getting an information. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about testing the credibility of the information that you have received. Those are two separate things.
No.
Getting an information and testing it after receiving it are two separate things. The question was, how do you test the credibility of information that you receive from informants after receiving it?
I do my best. I still use the same methodology. I do my best. What I was doing before, asking answers from the police that don't give it to me, that's what's changed.
So if you receive an information from the police, then you ask for answers from them, from the same police. Is that the methodology that we should understand you to be using?
Look, what I'm saying is a lot of the information I supplied in those case studies were not the ones that are in the factual letters, the letters I sent to Parliament and the ministers. That information came not from the police, it came the people, apart from a few investigators who might have been involved in the cases, right. But that's first-hand information from people who are caught up in these investigations, who are ordinary people in communities. But this applies to everybody, not just the PKTT.
Yeah, no, the
I
chair,
also try to do it for any victims.
The chair has indicated that I've actually run out of time. Lastly, did you subject this information to the same process, the one that is contained in your statement? That is my last question.
Well, if the same process is trying to get information, no, I didn't go to the police because I was not, I mean, I didn't go to police management because I wasn't even getting replies from Nkwanazi when I was sending him letters, let alone Masemola. So I didn't bother because these were the police under their command. So what did I do? But now I know I can try the independent directorate as well, perhaps.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sols, it's 20 minutes past 7 now. Please be done by 20 minutes to 8. In the event you are not done, the chair will exercise his discretionary 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening once again, Dr. HAAS. I'm this side. Good evening.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yes, I see now. Okay, yeah.
If you don't see me, just follow the teeth.
No, I was vaguely thinking of something else. Sorry, I was, but I mean, sorry. I knew you were there somewhere, and I couldn't remember. But now you mention it, I see you. Yes. Okay.
Dr. HAAS, let me start off by being very frank with you.
Please.
The methodology, though your methodology comes with very good intentions, you must understand for the purposes of the committee, the methodology of stating things that you have obviously researched, heard from certain people, but if you haven't verified them and you put it to us, those are things that we cannot use for our investigation. So what I'm going to seek to do, as I studied what you submitted to us, I'm only going to zoom into things that I think that you can authoritatively answer to based on experience and based on what you state here. Okay? So we're going to do it that way. So let's start off by dealing with your experience. You speak about in the 1980s, you joined PFP. What was so important about what the party stood for during apartheid? PFP.
Do you want me to answer that first?
Yes. What does it stand for?
Okay. I joined the party.
What does the party stand for?
It was providing the only opposition there was to the Nationalist Party, mainly through Helen Suzman, and we could then give her reports on abuses by the police that she would raise in Parliament. I'm not much interested in politics, but it was a strategic thing to do, especially as the regional director of the Progressive Federal Party. Actually was the director, he had come up and he'd reached out to townships and he was working there. So we were able to work together and he was working with lawyers and that's how this formed. Basically, it wasn't about the politics, it was about getting some sort of opposition to the Nationalist Party.
And you also exposed the wrongdoings of apartheid police at the time.
Absolutely. We took affidavits about the abuses and Ainsley was very involved in working with the lawyers who were, there was a lot of illegal detentions then, for example. We needed lawyers, so he was doing that. So it was a kind of increasing combination of contributions, and the Black Sash were also doing some things too.
And then also you worked closely with the Goldstone Commission. Who set up the commission?
President de Klerk set up the commission, but I know you're going to say apartheid judge, but some of the judges were okay. There were some that were very good.
Dr. DeHaas, Solda, please do not assume what I'm
Oh, somebody said it was an apartheid
I'm not
judge.
somebody. Just follow my line of questioning.
Okay.
Very good. All right. So de Klerk did so. You are not very positive about police behavior even during that time. Tell us a little bit about that.
With the time in the early days of the Goldstone Commission, do you mean?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think that's on record. The police were coming and saying, right, you know, and I was kind of quite amiable towards them. They were welcome, and I just these were kind of white security police, put it that way, mainly. But the police, for example, the stability units that were in the townships had a very negative image in people's mind because they went in and disarmed anything, you know, even a few homemade meth before the killers came. And so there were negative stereotypes about the police. And of course, trust feed happened, and in the trust feed case, the police were shown to be working with the people that went in at the massacre. I mean, that was all. So when I say that, I'm saying that, you know, they didn't necessarily change their behavior. Some tried to show that they had.
You also mentioned something about the complicity with warlords from the police at the time, and you also stood up against that.
Yeah, indeed I did, because this was later. This came out in trials, when this was after, the violence carried on for a few years after '94 in specific areas. And, for example, if you take these these cases that were Vilagazi was investigating up in the Mtubatuba area and Mandini area, we had affidavits from people about how the police were abusing them, and they were also getting abused by the police, by the warlords, under threat. But the very concrete evidence came out in a court case up at Mtubatuba, where the evidence was that, and there was a conviction, for the warlords, one had been taken out, I think. Some of them die when things are getting a bit hot. And the evidence was there, though, that the local police, that we had actually, the lawyer for John Wills, the lawyer for the ANC, had lodged a complaint about the local public order policing because they were also abusing people. And they apparently, according to the evidence at the trial, they'd gone in and shone the lights on the houses that had to be attacked. So this was the sort of reports we were getting then, and there were convictions in these cases I'm talking about.
So would I be correct then in saying that based on your history right from the 1980s, even during apartheid, fighting against wrongs by police, whether it be apartheid police post-apartheid, this drive that you have, it's not something that you just miraculously gained after 1994. You fought this very same thing that you're doing now since the 1980s, in apartheid and after apartheid.
Yes.
Your issue is wherever there is police corruption, wherever there is workings of police that is negatively affecting the poor, you stand up against it.
Yes, I do. I haven't stopped since. That's what's bugging me. I don't really want to do it, I can tell you, but I haven't stopped because people keep asking me.
And this is what you have tabled to us. So I'm taking this from your statements here. So you have experience in that. Which other commission were you part of? That there was one more. Was it Morana or?
Well, there was the Morani. It was my information about hit squad killings up in the north coast in what is now isikaleni. I was often up in isikaleni. My information about the hitmen who were killing people all over the place was given to the Goldstone Commission, who ensured that a credible team of detectives investigated, and there was a conviction. That was Romeo Mbambo and two others that also named. That was my information that I passed on, that was followed up by the police, and there were convictions.
All right. So you can then, based on that background, your opinion can be considered authoritative and credible around my next question. You've just proven that. My next question would be, in the formulation of a political task team or a task team, is it important or imperative for it to be headed by a senior detective, and why?
It's always been the case because detectives have to inspect dockets and evaluate the evidence that the people under them have actually accumulated. And if you're not a detective, you can't do that. And the further control is exercised by the prosecutors, who then look at the dockets and say, well, this is good, or you need to go back and get more evidence. Ever since I've worked with the police, this is the way it's been, put it that way. It makes sense. How can you, if you're not a detective, if you're not experienced detective, you only get to be senior in most cases, although there's a bit of a, not quite so simple now, but normally you get to be more senior when you've got experience, and you're in a position to do that because somebody has got to keep checking on the quality of the evidence, even before it goes for the prosecutor.
You raised that element as a concern with the current PKTT. What is your concern around that?
There's no senior people that are, I mean, there was supposed to be. As I said to you, the national deputy for detectives was in overall charge. He had to have the reports, but there was a brigadier who was the local provincial person, and that brigadier very soon left. And people say, well, no. And they all say the same thing, no, he couldn't take it anymore because he was getting instructions and he was in charge of investigations. He was the one that did the dockets then, I was told. So, and then it seemed, I have not come across another name that's there all the time. You know, if I would say to someone, well, who's doing the dockets now? Well, there was a captain who came in and there's a colonel. I mean, that's, you know, why? Why isn't there a fixed structure?
So who is running the PKTT now, and what is your information on whether or not he qualifies as a senior detective?
Well, I'm told, and this I don't know at this stage, I'm told that some of the people that were in the task team have gone back to their bases that they came from. You know, one might have been a stock theft sergeant somewhere, or, you know, it could have been, I mean, not all the people in the task team were detectives. But I'm not sure those that were carrying dockets that are in court, I'm not sure who is now overseeing them. I mean, in theory, it should be a senior person in the province.
All right, so
I don't know, though. I can't answer that because I do know that in the case of the
So what we're gonna
Umkomaas police,
do-
there isn't one, there's just the
Yeah.
prosecutor.
So,
Yeah.
so what we're going to do is, like I told you at the beginning, because you don't know, we're not going to accept that as authoritative. You said earlier that the current coordinator of the PKTT, General Kumalo, is not a senior detective. Are you...
He's not a detective, he's never been, from what everybody tells me. He's been operational response.
Now, once again, are you saying that based on you are sure, or are you saying that based on what you've heard?
What I've heard is consistent across various reports, independently, that he was definitely operational response for most of the time. There's no record anyone has of his having been a detective. And I'm talking now not just people in crime intelligence, but people who were in the police for a long time, who know, you know, like a senior retired person, who had never come across him as a detective.
So your submission is confidently that currently the PKTT is not coordinated by a senior detective?
As far as I know, because I don't know whether or not those members, you see, that's the other foggy thing in all this, because some of those cases are still in court, and the investigating officers were allowed to keep those dockets that are still in court. Now, when they've gone to court, the investigation is over because it's in the hands of the prosecutor. So I don't know whether, I mean, you know, once the investigation gets to a prosecution...
So what we'll do is,
Yeah.
we will take your response to be you don't know, but we will keep for the record that we must ask and interrogate the question whether or not the current PKTT coordinator is a senior detective or has detective experience, okay? So we'll take it like that. Let's jump into your Volume 1, Annexure Bundle Volume 1. I want us to go to the letter, page 23 to 26, MDH 5.1. There's a section in section 4 This is a letter you wrote to General Mkonazi, so I want us to spend my remaining time on this. So you must be very concise here, Doctor.
This was in 2021. Is that the letter you're referring to?
That's correct.
I think it's the only one that's in here.
Yes, so let's go to paragraph 4. The reason why I'm zooming into that is because once again, I'm going to test the authority of your evidence or what you are supplying as backup of your position, because you use the words you can confirm. So if you can confirm, then that means it is something that we can use. So I ignored everything else where I see that you can't really say for sure. So we're just going to zoom into where you specifically state to us you can confirm. So let's go to paragraph 4, number 4.
Sorry, could you just tell me exactly which bundle it's in here? I'm getting myself muddled as I always do. Which page is it in the? Is it in the first?
It's MD, item MDH5,
Okay.
1, volume 1 of Annexure Bundle.
Okay.
Annexure Bundle, volume 1. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah, okay, I've got it now. The
Number
Provincial
4.
Commission, SAPS, 11th of October, yep,
You wrote this letter to General Mkonazi.
yep.
Did you get a response?
No,
Let's read 4. Would you please? I will stop you where I would want to question you. So let's read. Yesterday afternoon, from there.
okay, yes. General Kumalo, yes, members of General Kumalo's team, seizure of the phones, and I think,
Point number 4. It starts with yesterday afternoon.
yes,
Sunday, 10th October.
yep,
Continue.
okay.
It's your statement.
I received a report.
Yes.
Mr. Zulu, right, and he'd been arrested at Loop Street. I wasn't able to confirm after speaking briefly to him that members of the ministerial task team after,
See what you're saying there. You said
this was
yesterday afternoon, Sunday, 10th October, I received a report
Yeah.
that Zulu had been arrested and detained at Loop Street. I was subsequently able to confirm, after speaking briefly with him, that members of the ministerial task team had arrested him. Now, you are saying that the PKTT has arrested him, and you are able to confirm that, right?
That's what he told me, and it was I think, from the people he described, and that was when I first heard about National Intervention Unit.
Are you able to confirm, are you sure or not, that
Yeah, I'm as sure as one can be about it, because, I mean, Tabiso Zulu is very intelligent, and he's been doing his own research on these matters for many years.
You see, Doctor, you must not say as sure as one can be. You must say, I'm sure as one can be that this was the PKTT who has arrested this gentleman, because what you are claiming is that the PKTT, it was basically overreach. So if you are sure, you must say you are sure. I'm just using it because you used the words you can confirm, okay?
Yeah, I spoke to Kumalo, I think, yeah.
All right. Let's continue. The name of a certain Ramadi was mentioned. Conversation, the arresting officers had seized 2 cell phones in the possession and told him that they were going to download the content of the telephones. These telephones should have been stored securely at Loop Street Station, but a duty officer confirmed that the arresting officers had made an entry that they had removed the phones, but no contact details were available for me to follow up. I did speak to General Kumalo about this, and I also sent him messages complaining about it. How did you speak to General Kumalo about this?
On the telephone.
So you have telephonic records that you have spoken to him about this?
Yes, yes. I mean, I don't know if I've got the records anymore. It's 4 years ago, but I did speak to him.
Okay. That you can say for sure.
Yes. yes.
I requested that he send his email address so that he could follow up via email, but since you have not received anything back.
No, I never received anything. I think the report, the phones were reported, there was a report though to the Inspector General of Intelligence by Thabiso himself.
Okay, so what you are telling us by this statement, because this is the only thing closest to what I can use as something with authority. With this, are you saying that the PKTT has arrested people, taken possession of phones on cases that was not falling within their ambit? Is that what you're saying to us?
Well,
here?
in this case, it wasn't, because they'd arrested him, I can't remember what they arrested him for, because he had opened a case of assault. And they claimed they were coming to investigate it. Then they arrested him on another charge. And that's in further correspondence I don't have with me, but it wasn't political that they were dealing with.
All right. Dr. HAAS, you also said that earlier you wanted to shed light on the fact that at one political killing, provincial police did a good job with this particular political killing, and then when the PKTT started, they took over and then withdrew the charges of that.
Not immediately.
Talk about that to us.
Okay. What happened is, and if you look, I think I made a copy of quite an interesting media report where clearly it's going into figures and things like that. And what had what had happened? He gives the figures for the people that had been taken that were handing dockets. He said so many members and so many had been transferred from their units because we took the dockets, right. So that's how that happened. And then initially, in the first, and I haven't yet pieced together the whole timeline, because initially there was supervision of the task team. There was a Brigadier Ngwenya who was there, and he looked at the dockets. This would have been, I think he was still there. I think it would have probably been around 2020. Maybe he was, but I'm not sure. He wasn't there for more than a year or two. And one would need to say, well, but it wasn't the immediate takeover, but it was soon after the takeover that those charges, by 2020, the charges had been withdrawn in those three cases that had been handled by provincial people against the politicians. Because in the Magaka case, they did not immediately, they didn't withdraw the charges against any of the hitmen. They didn't give them bail either, but then a new prosecutor came in and he gave them bail, apart from the one that was Ngwengwe, because I think he had another conviction.
But you are saying that the PKTT withdrew those cases?
Yeah. Yeah, they did, because they were in charge then.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honorable Sols?
Yes, sir.
You don't want even a minute, a discretionary minute from the chair?
If I would take a minute,
Okay.
then it is something that I would want to say to Dr.
Yeah.
HAAS,
You are allowed.
frankly. Dr. HAAS, there is a scripture that says, knowledge puffs up. Knowledge puffs up. And oftentimes, I want to share with you honestly, I've never understood that scripture until today. Your vast knowledge and experience, in your wisdom, strike a balance when how you come across to people based on that. I can suspect when I look at the way you speak in your writing, even if you use the words please and I request, but you said to General Mkwanazi, please also either ascertain from General Kumalo or request the email, or request he emails me directly whether the police who arrested Tabiso Zulu had obtained a warrant. It's like you are speaking to a provincial police commissioner who has people under his command. And when you, from outside, almost speaks as if you are commanding him, rather than you are seeking to join hands with him, you come across as puffed up. And mine to you would be very humbly, respectfully, caution against what Scripture tells us. Don't allow your knowledge to puff up. Thank you.
Well, I didn't know I was rude to General Mkwanazi. Sorry.
You must start by saying Hallelujah before you respond.
Oh, sorry.
Hallelujah.
Okay, right. Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate, even if you're, I've dealt with this sort of criticism for 40. Look, it's like déjà vu for me. People were saying this about me in the 80s. So, okay, right. But I do try to be polite when I communicate with the police. But look, they are civil servants. They should be accountable to the public. It's as simple as that. You shouldn't have to beg them to be accountable. That's what they should be doing, and most of them aren't. So, and I also learned years ago, and this sounds bad, I try to be polite when I communicate with them, but sometimes I see that they're just basically bullies, and the only way you deal with bullies is to bully them back. And then they get the message. So, but it depends. I'm not saying I do this universally with police, but you actually have to stand up to them and say, but these are people's rights. Can you just, inform them or help them or whatever they need to do?
But maybe you should consider that's perhaps the reason why you didn't get a response.
I'm joking about it, actually.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sauls. Follow up, Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Diaz, in your opinion, was it a sound decision for the Minister of Police to largely disband the political killings task team based on the complaint that you sent and with your evidence that you've just given us that was largely based on media reports because you didn't have access to verifying information? And then, of course, you did mention that you had direct contact. You can't tell us exactly with how many of the people who were, or the cases or dockets that were part of it. Do you think it was sound decision for the minister to make that without even engaging you or even engaging the complaint that you sent? Because you and him both said you did not talk to each other. So we had a minister whose entire statement, okay, not entire, but largely his statement was based on your complaint.
Look,
so was it sound? I think you must just tell us whether you think it was sound, given what you sent to him, Doc. Was it a sound decision for a Minister of Police to use your complaint without investigating or engaging you to disband the political killings task team?
I wasn't the only one who made a complaint. When I skimmed
But that's
through,
not the question.
we can't say he based it solely on
No,
my...
he did. That's what he told us. He gave us your whole complaint.
Oh, did he? Well, I
Yes.
didn't, yeah.
So
But
that's what I'm
other
asking. Do
people
you
had
think it was?
complained.
No, I'm not asking about that.
Yeah.
I'm saying he didn't even call you to ask you anything about that. No one in his office tried to investigate the complaint that you made. Do you think it was sound?
I don't
It
know
wasn't
if
your
anybody
only,
did.
It wasn't. No, but I'm telling, that's what he said. So I'm asking for your opinion. Given your experience in the police, would you expect a minister of police to make a decision largely based on a complaint that you made without even engaging you or investigating what you've reported to him?
I referred to a brief discussion with Advocate Pacoli, who wanted to just verify what I was saying. For all I know, he went and did his... I have no idea, because I didn't speak to him about what happened and how, you know, the minister got to that decision. So I don't know if anybody else did anything about it. But when I read that affidavit briefly of the ministers, it was like he'd been getting reports and wondering if it, you know, including about finances and it could just
But
be
you're
the
not
last.
answering
It
the
could
question.
be. I can't
I'm telling
explain
you,
why he did
but
it.
his statement said that, and he gave us your complaint.
Yeah.
And
So maybe,
you were one of. So leave the other complaints aside. I'm asking, was it a sound decision based on your research and your experience in the space for the minister without investigating what you have said to base the disbandment of the PKTT?
well, it's a difficult question to ask simply because I don't know what else he may have said. Well, you know, my letter was a catalyst, but I can't say that he did that. I mean, I think it was a good decision to disband the team. I think it was overdue.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, but okay.
I mean, as a minister, I'm not really in a position to evaluate it because I've never ever spoken to him about all the reasons. You know, maybe he should have called me and asked about it. I don't know. But I've never spoken to him about, well, what else led you to disband it? We've never had that conversation. So how can I make a proper assessment, I think? But I was happy to see the team was disbanded. I would have been quite happy with an inquiry into it even. You know, like we're having now. Yeah.
Honorable Matthijs, are you satisfied? You said it was a good decision to disband.
Absolutely.
Okay. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Doc, it looks like your evidence is based largely on one aspect of the PKTT, which is SAPS.
Which is?
SAPS. Are you aware that the PKTT is a multidisciplinary team?
Yeah. Well, yes. But I haven't seen evidence of it. I've seen the intelligence aspect, and that's all I know.
You haven't seen evidence of what?
Oh, of course, the multidisciplinary, the justice is in it too. Yeah. But I've never seen public pronouncements. I've only seen a minister saying that we've got this team, and I know that they've spoken, I think, in the Midlanga Commission about how they're working with justice people, and that came in when one of them arrived. They weren't initially. There were no dedicated prosecutors.
Are you aware that the PKTT comprised SAPS, NPA, Crime Intelligence, State Security, Correctional Services?
Yes, they have different roles. Crime intelligence.
No, are you
should
aware
feed-
that it was comprised by a multidisciplinary team?
According to the announcement, I don't know how it worked in practice, apart from the fact that they did get a dedicated prosecutor when Graba moved here. And the point is, intelligence is part and parcel of all investigations. You don't have to be a multidisciplinary team to access information from crime intelligence. It's a separate component.
Okay.
So it's not new to access intelligence for it,
Okay.
but you should at least
Lastly,
farm out
Doc.
your things to different
La- la-
prosecutors.
Lastly, Doc.
Yep.
You wrote a letter to the minister that he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve the PKTT. Two quick issues. Is it a concession that the person who bears power to dissolve the task team was the National Commissioner, not the Minister?
No. The National Commissioner did not set up a task team. It was
But
set up
you
at the
say in your letter-
ministerial level.
Did you not say in your letter the Minister must instruct the National Commissioner
Yes.
to immediately
Yes,
dissolve the task team?
yes.
Isn't that a confession or a concession that the person who's supposed to dissolve is the National Commissioner?
Yes,
If you're saying, so we are saying the National Commissioner was supposed to dissolve.
but he had
Not
to have
the minister.
ministerial approval.
Beg your pardon?
He had to have ministerial approval. It was set up
It's
by
fine,
ministers.
it's fine.
So, and look, the role of the minister.
No.
Yeah.
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 Okay, may you take a deep breath, all of you.
Tired of going over
Yeah.
this.
Don't breathe heavily on each other's neck. You can imagine a younger South African and a senior citizen in a comrades marathon trying to run the race at the same pace. It's not possible. There must be different categories of entries. No? Yeah. Let's continue. Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. I'm saying, is it your concession that the person who was supposed to dissolve the political killings task team is the National Commissioner, not the Minister? Because you wrote a letter to the Minister and said he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve.
This minister was not acting in the same operational manner as the former minister. And I know that because I've been told, for example, by another very good detective.
Doctor, let's go straight to the answer.
All right. Okay.
Do you concede that the police commissioner was the relevant person to dissolve the PKTT?
If he was instructed by the national minister to do it. The national minister works through the national commissioner.
So you are saying that the minister makes a policy pronouncement and the commissioner implements that policy.
Yes.
So your interpretation is that the decision is like a policy pronouncement.
Yes, it is. We don't need this anymore. I mean, he's entitled to do that, I think, especially if it's costing a fortune.
When you say we don't need this anymore, who else do you include in that way?
Well, no, it's sorry, that was just a throwaway comment. I'm just guessing on, he came to the conclusion, because I see that he is looking at finances as well.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm taking the Chief Whip, Honorable Nomvalo, and Honorable Skosana. We will come to you, Honorable James.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to do a follow-up on 2 issues, or maybe 3 issues. The first one, Dr. Diaz, it has to do with what Honorable Nwala was asking. You wrote a letter to the minister to instruct. Why didn't you just ask the minister to decide? Because
Sorry,
why didn't you just ask the minister to dissolve? Why should the minister still go to somebody else? Because by implication, when you recognize, even as you are preparing for your letter, that the minister must confer to somebody else, you are recognizing automatically that that person might have the authority to take a decision otherwise.
The role of a minister, and I think people have lost sight of this because they're used to seeing ministers running around doing things themselves. This minister, even when he was the premier, he worked through his office. He wasn't running around like some of the others that we have. I don't know enough about him, but he was always fairly low-key administrative person in my own knowledge of what I read about him in the paper and my own very, as I said, hardly any interaction with him. But if you look, the ministers of this country should be setting the policy and should be instructing the head of department about, well, this is the new policy, will you please implement it? And this maybe, you know, so what I am saying is that as minister, that was his way of, that he's supposed to do it. Because when the team was set up, it was the minister who went to, General Sithole it was then, and said, we've decided to set this team up, and that it was agreed in principle that Sithole would do it. He, you know, through the minister was giving instruction, and Sithole did it in the way, in the structure that he thought would be best to deal with the political team, but still reporting. So it's exactly the same thing in a sense. Clearly is saying, well, we're setting this team up. And it's and I mean, I'm trying to now say to myself, because as I said, I didn't go, I just skimmed through Mkhulu's affidavit because I was more interested in what he could tell me about all the cases they spoke about. But he did seem to be taking into account things like what it was costing, and he probably may have heard that because, as I said, the Deputy National Commissioner tried to, according to a media report, the Deputy National Minister had brought it up with the National Commissioner. So I don't see it as I see it as a perfectly rational decision by a minister who's got the power to do it in terms of the Constitution.
Okay,
to operate through the head of department.
Okay, just one last follow-up so that I don't take a lot of time for my colleagues. Now, flowing from what Honorable Matthias was saying, the one sitting next to me, about the sources that the minister relied on to take a decision. Now, let me say to you, because you, judging by your own experience, you are a very seasoned academic. You understand the value of research and the significance of decisions based on research. You don't comment on it now. I would suggest you deal with it together. Now that we have seen you saw the affidavit of the minister, you were quoted extensively there. Would you not conclude, or would it be unreasonable for a South African who has been following these developments, would it be unreasonable for them to come to the conclusion that part of the leading information at the disposal of the minister when he was taking a decision was the extensive submission made by you? And therefore, that submission made by you, as we have been dealing with it in the discussion here, is not necessarily a complete, in a sense that is a one-sided view without verification on the other side. How do you think South Africans will read and interpret that kind of a situation? Or what is your comment on that with the benefit of hindsight?
Oh, look, it would not be, I can tell you that you can do research and it gets ignored too. I mean, I thought that if I used my research to tell the apartheid government that it was ruining black family life, they might help, and it didn't. So I'm just saying, research is one thing, policy is another. Okay. But, I mean, it would not be unreasonable, I suppose, if I'm quoted extensively, and I wasn't even aware of that because I really skimmed it. I was looking for specifics in it. And it would not be unreasonable, I suppose. But, of course, it's also, there's different ways of interpreting this because it depends how critically minded you are, but it could be quite reasonable to say, right, why is he quoting her? You know, who else did he work with? I don't know if he sent his legal advisor off to find more information for all I know. I have no idea. I don't know what happened after I sent that letter. I really don't. I know that I think I did see a quote from those two lawyers in Cape Town who are, I'm sure, raring to give their impression, tell you what happened to them. But I honestly don't know why he would have quoted me so extensively. Look, I mean, I am well known since the 1990s as doing all this stuff on violence. I think I've got a reputation in the province because I'd done all this research, and in the early days, until things started falling apart when all the infighting, you know, with Richmond, the ANC set great store on the information I was giving them. They were coming to me, they wanted it. And as I said, right from the beginning, from Mbeki and Zuma downwards, they were soliciting this information all the time. So perhaps on and they were phoning me during elections and saying there's a problem at the station and that station, Nadia Mtetwa, for example. You know, they were coming to me. So I don't know if that was what informed his decision, that I was the one who would know what was happening. I honestly don't. I can't answer.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Honorable Nombal.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair, once again. My follow-up relates to a response that has been given by Dr. Meriti HAAS to a question of Honorable Ngola, who was asking if she is aware of the fact that the PKTT was multidisciplinary by its design. And the response was that you were not sure if practically it was, because you never received any report confirming such. Now, somewhere in your statement, and in particular on paragraph 10, page 5, you are saying that many cases were withdrawn by the PKTT. That is what you are saying. Now, do you agree with me that when a docket is in possession, or when the docket is in the hands of the NPA, it's only prosecutors who can withdraw cases?
Yeah.
So when you say here on paragraph 10, page 5, cases were withdrawn by the PKTT, what do you mean?
We'd have to look back then at exactly when they were withdrawn.
No, I can help you. I can help you. Some were withdrawn in 2017. No, 2017. If my memory serves me well.
I think it was more likely.
Some
It was
2018.
formed in 2018.
Yes, 2018.
And it was a while after the formation it was withdrawn.
For instance, let me help you, Doc. Let me help you.
Yeah.
Because we have also highlighted this case here, the Sindiso Makaka case, which was withdrawn in 2018, between 2018 and 2019. And it was withdrawn by prosecutors, not by the police, because it was in court already. It was enrolled in court. Now, what do you mean by this statement when you say the PKTT was withdrawing cases?
Well, why did it happen?
May you please speak through the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Well, I would ask myself a question. Why did it happen then? Because were the cases, was there in effect, I mean, people had been charged. Now, why suddenly wasn't there enough evidence to charge them? I don't know. I mean, we can dig that out quite easily for the Magaka case, I think. But I'm not sure who the prosecutor was at that stage, but initially, you see, again, this would be something, one would look at the prosecutor, but the initial prosecutor was actually quite a good prosecutor. So one would have more faith in his judgment than one would do in the one that came afterwards.
Chair, I'm afraid, ma'am.
I mean, I can't, yeah.
The doctor is not answering my question, and my time is very limited.
Yeah, sorry, but I can't,
She is peripheral, Doc. What do you mean here on paragraph 10, page 5, when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
well, they were withdrawn after the PKTT came
So
in.
we must remove the statement.
Yeah.
You withdraw it.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
No, I'm asking, should we remove it?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was badly phrased. I did this in a huge hurry, I must tell you. I had to do a lot of work that I didn't have time for, and that's why I'm tired. Right.
Yeah.
I didn't have much time to do all this, and in places I agree the wording is not quite right. It was, they were withdrawn after the PKTT took over, and not immediately after.
Doc, I think you are giving a topsy-turvy response. You are not responding directly to my question and precisely.
Well, yeah,
The question is, what do you mean by this statement when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
they did not, well, that was what was, the PKTT came in, the cases were withdrawn after
By who?
they took the dockets.
By who?
Well, they would be withdrawn by the prosecutor, but the prosecutor was working on what evidence he had from the investigators. So for all I know, the investigators came in with evidence that contradicted the arrest. I don't know, but it happened after the PKTT
you wrote
took over.
something. You wrote something that you are not sure about. When you say you don't know,
No,
Honorable,
it happened, but I don't know the processes that led to it.
the witness has conceded to that point.
so we must remove it. Okay. No. Thank you very much.
Well, they were withdrawn after the task team took over investigations.
Yeah.
And that can be open. It can be their fault, it can be the prosecutors. Yeah. No.
The point, Doctor, is that
Yeah.
the PKTT, by law and practice, does not have the authority to do
No,
what
I
you say they did.
No, I know.
So you agree with what Honorable Nomvalo is saying?
No. I agree
Yes.
in the sense that I don't know how the decision was taken, but it was after the PKTT took
Yeah,
it,
but
because they were working
The
with the
bottom
prosecutors.
of it is that
Yeah.
it is not the decision of the PKTT,
No, none
and
of
that
the-
is why you say you also do not know how the decision was
Yeah.
arrived at. Thank you. Honorable Skosan,
Thank you, Chair.
you are the last, and then we go to Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up question. I think Honorable Matthijs, when he started, she started by asking the academic credentials of Mary HAAS. Am I right?
The academic? Sorry.
Your academic credentials.
Yes.
Yes. Now, you studied at the University of Natal, am I right?
Pardon?
You studied at the University of Natal.
University of Natal?
Yes.
Yes.
That's where you got your anthropology.
Yeah, those were anthropology degrees.
So you had your master's on social science, am I right?
Yes, research masters.
And then Rhodes University conferred you with LLD honoris causa, am I right?
Yeah, that was Rhodes afterwards.
Now, because you are given a frequent public commentary on specialized policing, intelligence, and criminal justice matters, it's very important for us here in Parliament that we must distinguish between your end academic qualifications and the honorary recognition you received then. Now, as from now, as you know, Rhodes University can call you, inverted commas, a doctor. But in Parliament, it must be very clear that you must be referred as Mr. HAAS here. Am I right?
You can do either. Some people do use that honorary term.
No, Doc.
But, yeah.
I said we were calling you Doc B before. But I want the public and Parliament to capture that in Parliament here, we are not a doctor, we are Miss DISBANDMENT.
Whatever. I don't care what you call me.
No, it can't be whatever. I can't be called a professor as well.
No.
I just want us to capture that.
Let's not argue about titles, Jali. Just go straight to the point.
No, my point is that I'm making a follow-up question on that, nothing else. Hence, I can't call the chairperson a professor. I know he's got an academic qualifications in law, but I can't call you chair, a professor. So I want us to capture this, because remember, we were told initially that Ms. DIHAAS is Professor DIHAAS. Well, he cleared it us to today here. To say she's a doctor.
But what I'm trying to say to you, so that we don't waste time, and I'm going to patiently give you time to drive your point.
My point is simple.
I want to say to you, get to our terms of reference, because we are not about the title that she uses.
No, Chair, I'm saying for the record.
Yeah.
For the record, because you can't say to me, next time we are calling somebody a minister who's not a minister, and say, no, we should not worry about that.
So what you are saying is that the university that conferred her the honorary doctorate
And call her a doctor, yes, it's fine.
can address her as doctor,
Yes, it wrote, yes.
but as
In Parliament here.
outside the premises of the university, we are not bound to address an honorary, a recipient of honorary doctorate as doctor.
Especially here in Parliament. Outside, Chair, I don't mind. But I'm saying when we capture facts here, it must be reflected that Ms. DIHAAS was here, not Dr. DIHAAS was here, please.
So you
That's it,
are trying to say that the university just decorated her.
No, Chair, you don't understand me. Roads, they can call her a doctor. There's no problem with that. But in Parliament here, when we are capturing our records, it must be clearly that we had Ms. DIHAAS appearing before us.
It's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's give her a chance. So, Dr. DIHAAS, I'm not even saying doctor in quotes, because you were sitting there, you said you're Dr. DIHAAS. What is your understanding of that statement, that Honorable Scosa? If a university confers an honorary doctorate to you, when you get outside the university, is it appropriate for you to be addressed as Dr. DIHAAS?
Well, some people are and some aren't. It seems to vary as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
As from what I've seen, I don't usually use it, and I'm so sick of saying to people I'm not a professor. I mean, I probably have to go and get all my publications and get a doctorate for them, because I've got enough publications there that I could take them and say, can I just convert it to another doctorate?
Yeah, no, it's
But I mean, it's just such a trivial thing. It's meaningless. I don't know. It's just a digression from more important things.
Yeah.
No, Chair, please, Chair, protect me. I said because she doesn't possess a doctorate.
That point, Jali, is driven. I just want to check.
She never had a research on doctorate.
Yes,
Please,
I want to
please,
check
please.
with what is the practice in the profession. If there is any South African who knows, who can help us.
Well, may I just explain what happened to my doctorate? I started it in the 1980s. I was diverted because I got an offer from the Human Sciences Research to get money to research. So I put it aside. I then wrote I wrote chapters on the theory of the time, and then I got caught up in all this violent stuff.
No, it's fine.
And it went on and on. I did 4 different theoretical
Let's
drafts.
stop it here. It's something
Thank you, Chair.
we will come to at the end of the
I'm
proceedings.
tired of this.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe we can be assisted on that one. It must not.
There's nothing silly,
It must
Chair,
not
please.
derail our meeting. Look, you have not completed your doctoral degree.
For good reasons, I may
Yes,
tell you,
yeah.
very good reasons.
That is acceptable. It's fairly reasonable. Honorable James, it's now 20 minutes past 20 hours. Your time will expire at 20 minutes before 9 with a discretionary 5 minutes from the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'm going to need those 5 minutes today. All the questions has been asked, everything that I've written down, everyone has asked my questions. Dr. Mary, your complaint, your instruction to the minister, I need you to focus. Dr. Mary?
Yes, I'm
you
listening.
see.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't listening in my microphone.
Okay. Your instruction, your complaint to the minister has caused great havoc in our country. Do you realize this? We are now having to pay 4 ministers.
Well, how was I to anticipate that? I didn't think anybody would do anything about it. I just wanted to put on record what they were doing. How do I know? How can I preempt this? Am I getting blamed now for this mess?
But isn't that what
I
you
wasn't
requested?
responsible for Nkunazi
Dr. Mary,
going
is
out
that
public.
not your instruction? What do you mean, how can you be blamed for all of this? Your instruction, you instructed the minister instructed the National Commissioner. You should be rejoicing. You should be happy, because that's exactly what you wanted. Is that not so?
I didn't instruct him. I asked
You instructed him.
I can't instruct a
You did
minister.
not ask him, you instructed him. Paragraph 1 of your letter clearly
I asked him to
instructs.
instruct the
You
gen-
instruct, you did not give him a view, you instructed him. You have no right to instruct a minister. And the minister in turn instructed the National Commissioner. Let's not get it wrong.
What is the wording of my letter there? Wait
Yeah.
a minute. I mean,
Okay,
I know I asked
okay,
him to
Doc.
instruct.
I'm
Honorable
going to
James,
take-
as the acting chair, can you calm down? Don't breathe onto each other's neck. You can proceed on, James. I'm the
No,
acting
ma'am.
chair.
Doctor, you instructed, it is late, I want you to go meet your hookup. You instructed the minister to instruct the National Commissioner. It is in your letter.
To a request.
No, you did not request.
Dear
We need to move on. 1.1 of your letter, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killing stars team. Is this not your letter? Whose letter is this?
That's not quite right, because if
I
you
hear
read
a
the whole
mother- but-
paragraph, may I just read the last sentence?
No, it's 1.1.
Can I just point out, I start the sentence by saying this letter,
No,
blah, blah.
1.1.
and I request, wait a
Dr.
minute.
Mary, it's late. 1.1.
I set out to take urgent and appropriate action. I requested the minister. And at the end of-
1.1.
I'm going to that now, if you will just bear with me. Okay, I refer to here under, wait a moment, the task team. In this regard, the action that I'd asked him to take, I'd asked him, requested. In this regard, I request that you, number one,
Do we have the same
instruct-
letter in front of us?
It's 1,1.
001132, an extra. Do we have this in front of us? 1.1.
But
This is the letter. I needed to read 1.1, nothing else.
1.1 flows from 1.
What does 1.1 say?
1.1, the end of 1.1.
Not the end, the beginning.
But it's part of the... But no, I'm sorry, we're maybe not talking the same language. This is... May I just read this? Okay, the last sentence. I ask, and its appendices, to request for reasons, blah, blah, blah. I set the reasons I set up below. Right. I carry on and I say, and the last 2 lines.
Tell her to read that.
Please just look at the last 2 lines of number 1.
Okay, Doc.
I refer
Doc,
to
can
it
you
here
pause a
as
little
that.
bit?
In this regard,
Doc,
in regard to what I've just asked him,
Doc,
I request
my time.
that
Doc?
you,
Doc, can you pause there? Can you please pause there?
yeah, I request that you,
Doc, can you,
1.1,
Doc,
instruct the
Doc,
National Commission.
Doc, calm down. Please pause there. we are intervening because we see that you are not getting each other. Honorable James is referring to the letter you wrote to the minister on the 31st of October. Now she's referring you to a paragraph in the letter, which is 1.1. Can you read it yourself out loud?
I can read it, but it's a 1.1 which follows directly from 1, the things I am requesting the minister to do. That is the meaning of...
You can read 1
instruct the
and read
National
1.1.
Commissioner.
Doc, you can read 1 and read 1.1, both of them.
All right. Let me read the whole thing. This letter and its three appendices is to request that, for reasons that I set out fully below, you take request that you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personal and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political killings task team. In this regard, I have in brackets, I refer to here under as the task team. Right. New sentence. In this regard, I request, I don't instruct him, I request that you, 1.1, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary...
Okay, stop there. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
that's
Thank
the
you.
sentence.
That's the sentence, yes.
Yeah.
You requested him to instruct.
Yeah, I'm requesting...
It's an
to-
instruction. You are saying that the minister must instruct the National Commissioner.
I'm asking him to. I'm not instructing him to. I'm asking him to instruct the National Commission.
Professor, when one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, right, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision. It becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision to disband the PKTT. You give 3 reasons in your letter, written the end of October. The minister writes end of December. You give 3 instructions. You give 3 instructions. Your first paragraph says immediately. The minister gives 3 instructions. In his letter, it also says immediately. Is that a coincidence?
Look, I
You
can't
both give 3
explain the
instructions,
coincidence,
both
but I
as
didn't
immediately.
say to the minister, I
You need to
instruct
allow
you.
me to
That's-
finish so that you can go for your hookup this evening. You need to allow me to finish.
Sure.
You give 3 instructions.
Yeah.
The minister
Let-
gave
let me-
3.
Let me help Honorable James. Yeah.
How do I know what the minister's going to do? I can ask. I'm asking. I don't instruct him, I'm asking him.
Look at me. Look at me. Honorable James is talking to you.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to reply
We can proceed,
and
Honorable James.
clarify. That's what I'm trying to do. I can't answer your question about why the minister did it. I honestly can't, because I've never spoken to him about why he did it. And I'm getting the blame for it. I mean, it's just, I'd never have done it if I'd known. Quite frankly, I think it's... But it has precipitated some investigations. Look at it that way.
Let me get back to my question.
Please,
When one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision. Am I right? You both had 3 instructions. You both said immediately in there. It was 8 weeks apart. You should be rejoicing that your activism has finally paid off. Because this is what you wanted. You said it was wasteful. You said it didn't add value.
Yeah.
You said it was unnecessary. You said dockets were going missing. So yes.
Look, as I said, I never anticipated this. I never thought a minister would act. I'm trying to guess why he did act, and I'm sure he wouldn't have only acted on what I said. I mean, it may have been the last straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. Well, we've been thinking about it, and yeah, if she's saying it, maybe I have to take it. I'm guessing.
This is not a place, Doctor, this is not a place where you come and guess. Let me move on. General Kwanazi testified that there may have been a third force behind your letter. That there may have been a third force. How do you respond to that allegation?
Well, he must define what he means by a third force, to start with.
Do you think it's the fact that there are so many similarities between your letter and the minister's?
Well, that's not a third force. What it's doing is suggesting I'm being motivated by something sinister. I mean, it's like saying we use the third force for all the covert apartheid agents. Are you trying to link me to that now? Is Mkhwanazi? Well, he might do, because he was trained by quite a notorious public order policing. In fact, so notorious that he got taken out when he attempted a coup in Botswana.
We're not
so,
there.
I mean,
You
maybe
need to
he's got
come
third
back
force
now.
on the
Doc,
brain.
you need
Sorry,
to come back. You need to come back now.
I mean, that's insulting.
No, Doctor. Wait. May we just simply respond to the
Well, I've
question
tried
that
to.
Honorable James is asking?
Trying to. I don't know what.
Botswana is not one of our provinces or our districts. And as Parliament, we wish to pursue cooperation and harmonious relation with Botswana as one of the countries or our neighbors in SADC. So, yeah.
Good, Chair. I want to take you to paragraph 4 of the same letter that you wrote, right? Where you assert that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions, and that was a conflict of interest. Am I correct?
This is in my statement, right?
You actually also mentioned it earlier on, that he was holding 2 positions, it was conflict of interest, and it just wasn't right. It's never been done, it's never been heard of. That's what you said in your
Well,
letter.
I mean, I have complained about his holding 2 positions, because at that stage, when I wrote this letter initially, he was believed to have been running the task team, but although he wasn't running it physically, he was in operational response. He was managing it. He was managing it in terms of a project manager. But he was also then holding the position of head of crime intelligence. And that isn't, I've tried to explain why it's a conflict of interest, because both of them involve financial disbursements. And it has to be very clear to people that they're separated and there's no overlap between one lot of disbursements going to another.
Dr. Mary, what would you say if I put it to you that that assertion was factually incorrect? He was not holding 2 positions. He had his position and he was deployed to head up the political killing stars team. He was not holding 2 positions. You were misleading this House and you were misleading the public, saying that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions. He was not holding 2 positions.
I was told that he was in operational response.
There was a special task team set up to deal with the political killings, and he was deployed there as a result of his skill set.
He was
to go and assist.
He was deployed as a project manager, which
That
is
doesn't
running.
mean he's holding 2 positions, ma'am. That does not mean he's holding 2 positions.
De facto it is, because in both he's handing money. Both
He
of them
has,
involve.
on his letter of employment, he has 1 position. You cannot employ someone twice.
What was he in his?
No, you must tell me, because you said that it was unethical. You said there was conflict of interest. So you must tell us.
I've told you that
and I'm putting it to you that you are factually incorrect.
I was told initially that
told by who?
By investigators in the task
That was
unit.
misleading
and
you.
by, actually, I think the other person who told me Well, the person who told me initially that they were going to move Khumalo out of operational response was on the parliamentary committee at the time, Philip Mhlongo. And then the late Philip Mhlongo, who was the EFF rep on the parliamentary committee before the 2019 elections, he was the one who told me that there was so much trouble in operational response, they thought he was going to be moved out. He wasn't. I was told that he was remained in operational response and then was deployed as a project manager. And this came from someone who was in management at the time of the establishment of the task team, that he was actually structurally based in operational response, but he was deployed as project manager in the task team. And the project manager was the person who did the accommodation, the allowances and everything for the task team. Then he was appointed in the end of 2022 to be the head of crime intelligence. That's where the real conflict of interest comes in, that he's still the project manager and he's in heading crime intelligence. It doesn't matter. As I said, he wasn't structurally there. I was told he was doing it while he was operational response. But he was, in fact, the project manager for crime intelligence. That was the official designation. I was told by a member of management at the time the team was established.
I put it to you that they were misleading you. General Khumalo, and I'm going to say this for the last time, does not hold two positions, and we're going to leave it at that.
What is his position in terms of the police
He's
record?
the head of crime intelligence, and that's it. And he's allowed to work outside of, and he's allowed to work in any province. And he's allowed to head up task teams.
But
He's
how?
allowed to lend his skill to any situation in this country that requires it.
Are you talking about his crime intelligence position? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. I was told he'd remained in operational
So I'm
response.
asking you who told you that so that we can call out that person who's misleading you.
Well,
He does not hold two positions. He has
What-
one letter of employment with only one position.
how do you
We will
know
leave
it's a... Let me tell you
Auntie
something.
Mary,
Let me tell you something. Somebody...
let's move on, Chair.
I'm just saying that I've seen that police records have been changed by somebody who was acquitted by a court and saw that on the police records.
So
He's
you're
been-
saying that his police record has been changed and he holds two
It's
positions and
possible.
he's getting
I'm
paid
not-
two salaries. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying he's getting two salaries. I'm saying that he's in a structural position. He's getting a salary. I have no idea where he's
Chair,
getting his
please. Protect me.
salary. Project manager.
Chair, please. Because you're going to tell me I'm breathing down the witness's neck. The witness is taking us on a wild goose chase here.
Nobody knows.
No, let's wait.
It's their word against.
Doctor-
I'm telling you what I was told about the setup.
Dr. DISBANDMENT.
Yeah.
Let's wait. She did not say project manager. She says, Chair, protect me. And you.
No, I was just puzzled. I'm not saying you're wrong. I've never heard that before.
No,
I'm
I
asking.
want us to wait. Let's
Yeah.
wait. Let's wait.
Chair, this is very serious, Dr. Mary. What I'm referencing here, your instruction to the Minister to instruct the National Commissioner, paragraph 4, your allegation that that General Khumalo holds two positions, and also in paragraph 9 of your letter, gross irregularity, use of national resources unheard of. All of these things based on hearsay. This is what your letter contains.
Look,
This is what your letter contains, and this is what the minister acted on. The minister said that he acted on your letter. This is what you instructed. This is your evidence, and you are arguing today.
no, I mean, I reported in good faith what I got from credible sources. Khumalo was present with the task team, whatever his structural position was.
Dr.
Then
Mary,
he
we are
was
meant to
appointed
probe this
Prime
letter.
Intelligence Head.
We are meant to probe what you put in this letter so that we can understand why you put it in here. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm referencing all your paragraphs in terms of your ask to the minister, and I'm putting it to you that it is incorrect. I'm saying to you that you cannot have a conventional response to unconventional patterns of crime unfolding in this country. You are saying it is unheard of. Everything that you have said here today goes back to the 80s. You are stuck in the 80s way of policing. I'm saying to you, we can have task teams. I'm saying to you that we can have national units deployed to provinces.
I beg your pardon, I'm not stuck in the 80s. I'm stuck in what I learned about policing in the 90s and how you dealt with task teams. And before the policing went downhill after 2009.
Dr. Mary, this is no laughing matter.
I'm sorry.
This is no laughing matter. State security has been compromised because of this letter. We are having to pay 4 ministers. We are suffering as South Africans because of this, and you are laughing.
Sorry.
This is serious.
I'm trying to make sense.
It's very serious. Don't let me get started about the Cape Flats and our children that's on drugs, and you giving this minister this letter.
Do you think? But, I mean, it's not my fault that General Mkhwanazi decided to throw the cat among the pigeons and make all these allegations, because remember, they are allegations. And when I wrote this letter, everyone was telling me that Khumalo was handling the task team stuff. Right. The crime intelligence people were alleging that they had no money because it was going to the task team. I'm not able to look and verify police records. You know,
You're not even
records.
able to verify the content of your own letter.
But what else
You're
is
not
wrong
able
about
to
it?
verify your sources. You're not able to verify anything in here. And I'm going to leave it at that. You have misled even the minister, but you have proven to us who he really is. That you can actually mislead and guide him into taking incorrect decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. Did you still have something to say?
Not really, because I stand by I did not instruct the minister, I requested him. I want to emphasize that. I can't help what he did with the letter, any more than I can help whatever anybody else has done with the letter.
Okay.
But I take exception to my being blamed for state security. I can tell you there's so many sinister things going on in our province that's where you should be worried about.
Okay. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one follow-up on what Honorable James was trying to lead. Doc, we've got your letter of the 31st of October 2024. And paragraph 1.1 of that letter reads as follows. I request that you instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregular, constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincial and national in terms of the SAPS legislation.
Yeah.
Now, this letter is of the 31st of October. The letter of the 31st of December by the minister uses the same terminology of disband immediately, that which you used in your letter on the 31st of October. Wait. 2. The minister is on record here saying part of the plan is to take those that were in all the information or the work that was done by the PKTT to the murder and robbery unit, which is what you are saying in paragraph 1.1. 3, the minister is on record saying part of the basic reasons they to dissolve the PKTT is on the basis of the expenditure, which is what you are raising in your paragraph 1.1. So do you think that this letter you wrote on the 31st of October 2024 actually influenced the decision of the minister to dissolve the PKTT?
I don't have any evidence.
Before you respond,
Sorry.
Number 5, on the sworn statement of the minister on page 23, he also uses the words that you have used, that the PKTT was irregularly constituted.
No, I've said that. I've said that all along, that it was irregularly constituted. If it wasn't having a clear line of reporting line with people in relative positions able to evaluate the detectives. And I think when, I didn't say murder and robbery, I mean, they had come, a lot of those members had come from stations all over the country, and they weren't even necessarily detectives. Those that were detectives should be going back to where they were based as detectives, and those that were not were in the provincial teams. We had 2 different provincial teams, and they should go back to the provincial. That's all I was asking. I didn't stipulate where they should go.
No, Doc, you are not answering.
No.
31st October, you write a letter using a certain terminology or wording. 31st December, the minister writes a letter using the same wording. Last month, the minister appeared here, and in his testimony, he is using the same wording. Now we're saying, did your letter of the 31st of October influence the decision of the political killings task team?
Well, I can't say yes or no because I don't know. All I know is it presumably influenced him. But I don't know if it was the only, I can't say it's the only reason he did it, because it seems that he'd been looking at finances, from what I recall, before that. I mean, I don't know. And now I'm getting blamed for destabilizing South Africa. I mean, truly. I mean,
No,
really.
it's not.
I mean, that's what the Honourable James is saying.
But they're not apportioning the blame. They are asking questions for you just to respond.
I'm trying.
You're trying.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I've responded as well as I can.
No, yeah. She says she has given her best try, Honourable Ngola. Can we, before we take the chief whip, go to Honourable Nomvalo, and the last will be Honourable Skosana?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I understand the frustration of Honourable James in this context. And I really find it unconventional that a witness will come here and be extremely evasive, even when we perpetually try to persuade her to a particular direction which is correct. But Chair, I just want to get this confirmation from Dr. Mary HAAS, because this committee has recently been in a compromised situation or on the receiving end of mysterious misinterpretations of words. Recently, we've been told here that immediately doesn't mean now. Now, in this letter dated the 31st of October 2024, on paragraph 1.1, I just want us to deal with 4 words. You say, I instruct the National Commissioner.
No.
Wait. You are saying?
I request that you instruct.
Yes. Open quote, you are saying, I instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband, close quotes. So, do you mean that when you say...
It's not I, it's number 1.
It's 1.
It's number 1, then it says...
Oh, okay, no. Okay, it starts there at the top by saying, I request that you instruct the National Commissioner, meaning you are requesting the minister to instruct the National Commissioner.
which is his role. He has to guide and instruct the national.
Now, when you say to instruct, do you mean because you are saying he must instruct him to disband immediately? Now, the question by Honorable James is that immediately after this letter, a letter was issued on the 31st of December,
Yes.
executing exactly what you have requested. So it means that your request was executed accordingly, with no deviation. It's too much of a coincidence. I mean, do you disagree with that?
Well, it's certainly a coincidence, and all I'm disagreeing with is saying I cannot account. He obviously thought I was making a credible
we know,
argument.
Doc, you can't, but from an objective point of view, just be objective and stop being evasive. It's too much of a coincidence that you can write a letter to the minister requesting him to instruct, and he does exactly the same.
Look, the fact that he is quoting me suggests it, but there's a principle in research that if two events happen at the same time, there's a correlation and not necessarily a causal relationship. But, I mean, if he's saying that I influenced him, then I can't dispute it. But what I don't know is what other information he may have heard that kind of what I said, I don't know.
No, at least because, look, you can't just write letters with no intention of seeing those letters being implemented, unless you have an appetite of writing letters, as if you are writing music books. This is a letter requesting the minister to take a particular executive action.
Yes.
And that executive action was executed accordingly. And the minister at least was honest to the people of South Africa and to us as members of parliament, because he conceded to that reality. He said the reason why he implemented that was because of a pressure that he got from members of the public. And that pressure included your persuasion to disband the PKTT. Now, why is it so difficult, ma'am? We are not going to lose anything if you concede to that fact, to a reality that your letter influenced the decision of the minister.
I'm not disputing that.
Yes.
I'm only saying I don't know what else he took into consideration.
But it was part of factors which influenced his decision on the 31st of December.
Yes, I mean, he said
Exactly.
it, and I can't
Then what is a problem here? What is the problem?
No, let's pass the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. But
No, I mean, I'm not disputing that he's saying it.
Thank you have conceded to.
Yes.
Yeah. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think this was raised earlier, but I want to make a follow-up on Honorable James, because I've raised that earlier, Chair, that in paragraph 15, Ms. HAAS, you said that you expected the minister to do nothing. You remember that?
Yes.
In paragraph 16, you expressed shock that he acted decisively and disbanded the PKTT. Now, my follow-up on that would be, how do you reconcile portraying him as both unresponsive and decisive? I mean, that is a contradiction.
Let me explain. I've done a lot of lobbying of people in government and got nowhere. Okay. And the last minister had been running around acting like the National Commissioner himself. I did not have big expectations that a minister would act. Basically, I mean, he's a very different operator to the last minister, as I said, based on what I recollect. He was not the person running around and doing things for, running the police himself. From what I could see, he was proceeding cautiously. I mean, at one stage there was a quote that said he was decrying the fact that the Intelligence Oversight Committee. He said the intelligence needs oversight. Now, that was quite a sensible remark to make, because we are. If you think I'm stirring things up, we don't know what those intelligence operatives are doing that can undermine us. Okay. So I did not expect him to act, because I had no expectations of it, and I was actually amazed when I got the letter. And I mean, okay, it came from a WhatsApp group, but it was a letter, it was an official letter. It wasn't an allegation, it was an official piece of paper.
But, yes, my question still stands. I said, how do you reconcile the two, unresponsive and decisive? And even at the end, you said yourself that in the last 24 months, the last time you communicated with the minister, you know, it was almost 2 years. It's in your statement, it's not me who says.
No, it was the last time. Can I just repeat? I communicated with the minister telephonically when the elections which the ANC won in the province, which was 2004. Then he went on to do other things I had no connection with him with, okay, including a premier at one stage. I think my colleague Paula Sulu did. The only communication I had after he was appointed was to send him a message and ask if I could have the contact for his PA, because I need the people in the office to send the correspondence to. So I could then start copying him and, you know, so he'd know what was going on with the National Commissioner. I did not speak to him until a month ago when I passed a message on. That's all I did. Now, you are telling me, as I understand it, that I'm not giving you enough information. The only information I have explained that I cannot give is the identities of people who give me information in confidence, and that they are largely police members.
Thank you, Chair, because I guess that the answer is again evasive, but the witness as well. Please, because we are reading something from your statement. All these questions which are directed to you are from the statement you've given us. It's nothing personal. It's from you. Hence, we are asking you, Mr. HAAS. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cameron.
Chair, I just have one question for clarity, and that is to Mr. HAAS regarding the letter to the minister. If you weren't expecting anything to happen, what was the point of writing it? What did you want to come out of
I put
that?
on things on record, and I wanted the committee to know about it. I mean, you know, I thought you could have maybe questioned him or something.
No, I'm speaking about the letter to the minister. I mean, otherwise you're shooting blanks.
No, but I copied it to Parliament.
No, but the point, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why did you send it to the minister? What was the point of you sending it to the minister? What did you want out of it?
I was checking him out. He was a new minister, and I was wondering, but I thought, well, they never are, so he probably won't be. But we'll copy to Parliament, because if he doesn't, maybe Parliament can question him about it. That was my motive.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, but Cameron, why aren't you concluding it? Because Dr. DISBANDMENT, after the letter of the 31st of December 2024 was written by yourself, have you ever written again to the minister or to the department? Did you write again after the letter of the 31st?
Oh, sorry, me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, yes, I did. I wrote to
To the police commissioner.
well, whatever I sent to you,
Yeah.
I wrote and I copied to Parliament that, that the task team was still operating.
Yes, I want
Yeah.
to, I'm saying after that letter of the 31st,
Yes, yes, I did.
Which letter did you write?
I wrote letters that I did forward, I think, I was asked to forward all what I had, and I had written, after the disbandment, I had written to, I think to, I can't remember the dates. Though,
but
I'd written to the Masamola, I'd written to I copied to the minister, I
Yes.
copied to Parliament. I
The,
think,
the
and they
letter,
were still
the
operating.
letter which you wrote
Yeah.
to Masemo,
Yeah.
you were not advising or requesting him. What were you asking him in that letter?
I was notifying him, or I was complaining to Masamola about the fact, and I was copying to him.
Yeah.
So he would know it, basically, and I copied, I think, to Parliament.
What
but
were you complaining about?
that the task team was still operating despite the official disbandment.
When it has been disbanded?
Yeah.
You wrote to the minister and say disband. I request you to disband. I'm just following up on what Honorable Cameron asked you to say. When you wrote to the minister, what was the purpose of your writing? Then you wrote, and then you responded to say, no, I just wanted to make him aware and to check him since he was a new minister in office.
Look,
But then later, in the new year, 2025, you then wrote to the police commissioner to complain that why do we still have the PKTT when there is a letter of the 31st of December which instructed you to disband?
I did.
You did that?
I did. I think I did. I haven't got the dates with me. I
Yeah.
don't know if they're here. But I definitely wrote, because at one stage I wrote to him and I pointed out that they were abusing people in court.
Yeah.
I wrote to him and said, why have you got a case that's got nothing to do with political killings? I mean, this was all after it, and I would have copied to the minister and I think to Parliament.
Okay. Chief Whip, may we...
No, thanks, Chair. I am going to try and be, Dr. Diaz, I want us to work together very efficiently. That's my appeal. So that we can finish in the next 10 minutes.
Please.
The first question I want to ask you, when you did your master's, which is your highest qualification, what was the topic of that master's? What did you focus on your research?
Changing patterns of black marriage and divorce in Durban. It's 350 pages long, based on many hours of participant observation and every other possible. You couldn't do coursework masters. You see, you don't realize that coursework masters.
Yeah, you answered.
Yeah. Okay.
You are done now.
Are
Yeah, you're
not the
done.
same as research
No,
masters.
we are done.
Okay.
I wanted to
I
know.
needed to explain that.
So your highest qualification research formally was about changing patterns on black marriages.
No, I've got a lot of stuff published in peer-reviewed journals.
Okay. So at what point did you start immersing yourself on the security matters?
Okay, I tried to explain that. I was pulled into it because people that I was working with in research, whether it was on marriage or Shabines or whatever, I'd done reports for the Human Sciences Research Council. They'd given me funding, and that was what was distracting me. In fact, the Human Sciences Research Council wanted to publish my book on marriage, and I never had time to do that either. So, okay. So all these people that I was making contact with through research were coming to me and saying, we're getting attacked. And anthropological research is reciprocal, because you spend a lot of time with people, they give you of their time, they help you, and you give back. You give back to them, and this was my giving back. Okay, I'll see what I can do about all these attacks on you. And that started it. It's not something I ever chose to do research on.
Okay, but my question was, at what point?
Well, whenever the violence started taking off,
1990s?
1983, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, particularly 83.
Okay. I just want to understand this on your statement, the main statement, the witness statement. I think that's what it's called. I usually refer to as a main statement.
Yeah.
And maybe before I draw your attention to the paragraph I wanted to talk about. What's your understanding of the qualifications of Lieutenant General Kuman?
All I know is from, I mean, it's fairly well established that he had qualified, and I don't know if it was SAP or after the KwaZulu Police was formed. He was definitely in the KwaZulu Police. I think he probably had qualifications from the SAP. And if that was the case, they would take people, well, they didn't always take people with matrics. I can remember somebody was complaining to me. But he would have had the same training as the ordinary SAP, South African police that didn't join one of the homelands. And then his next, and different people, including Philip Mshlongo, who'd canvassed, I gather, in the portfolio committee when they were getting complaints about him, said, well, he'd actually been deployed as guarding duties, which means he was operational response. And then somebody who was integrated into crime intelligence from the SAP said, well, I can remember him from the latter 90s when we were integrated, and he was doing some administrative work for intelligence then, which was, he said he wasn't operative. And then, but he said he wasn't there long, he then went off to operational response. And I gather that was where he was for most of the time, apart from the deployment briefly to intelligence when Mkhwanazi was National Commissioner. And of course, but I mean, my information was that although he was deployed to the task team, he was still basically operational response. That was what I was told by a very senior person at the time of the establishment, or since the establishment, I can't remember when.
Okay. On your statement, 17.2, paragraph 17.2, you are saying a lot about the PKTT being irregular. Which laws were violated by the formation of the PKTT?
It's not just, look.
Or is irregular in what sense?
It's irregular in terms of any detective team I've ever come across, because a detective team, by its very objectives, is composed of detectives. I mean, it stands to reason that you get someone who's a detective, and I've tried to give you an example of the sorts of structures that were in place after the end of apartheid.
So it's your contention that the 126 people you are concerned about as a number were without dictative capabilities?
Well, not senior, I gather, because the senior
What
guy
is
soon
meant by-
left. Look, initially there was a senior detective. I'm concerned about the number, because why do you need such a big number of people in one province? I mean, even the investigative task team had about 30 people in, I think.
But
Was it necessary even?
Did you spend time as a researcher to make an inquiry about what is the work of the team of such a big size? Or you concluded that because in the past teams were never constituted to such a number, therefore automatically this one is irregular?
Oh no, it wasn't the number per se. It was the strange structure of it, that you had it. As I said, it was not supposed to be. It was supposed to report nationally, and that wasn't maintained. But the province was the reports through the provincial commissioner, and with a senior detective overseeing the junior ones. That was where it was set up. But then it soon changed.
So the irregular parties that it was reporting to the province or national, I didn't get you on that.
The reports to the national fell away, although it had been set up to be overseen through reports by the head of detectives nationally.
How did it fall away? Because you still have a coordinator who is occupying a national position, a substantive position at a national level. That's
Well,
number one.
this is what I don't understand, because the man who took over from the first one was called Mfazi. He occupied that position, and it's impossible to check because he died of poisoning, actually. But that's beside the point, but he's dead. And this can be canvassed about. I was told that the first one was very good and insisted on all the reports, so it's quite possible that he didn't bother to follow up. I don't know. I'm speculating. All I know is that I was told definitely that the reporting line ended with the deputy national detective head.
We have been told by various witnesses who came before, especially from the police department, that one of the major value of having members of a task team coming from different parts of the country and at times being changed regularly so that they don't stay too long in one area is to protect them against local influence. And somewhere in your statement, you also make references to police being prone, and I'm paraphrasing you in this case, police being prone to corrupt activities or their conduct resulting in the state spending a lot of money on civil claims.
Well, they did.
So why do you see a problem then with the establishment of a team whose composition is also designed to mitigate against what we are complaining about as a usual practice in various...
It can be used for all sorts of purposes. It may be the ostensible excuse, but if you can check the records of detectives. If they have a record where they've got high court convictions, where they do well, you're pretty safe with them. And some of those people were deployed initially to the task team, and they were removed the minute they started making uncomfortable, when I say uncomfortable, politically uncomfortable arrests, like the mayor of Newcastle, for example. The man who was seconded to that, who is an excellent detective, got out of it because they didn't want him, basically. And the charges were withdrawn against the mayor of Newcastle too, by whoever, prosecutor, whatever. But they were withdrawn, and the witness died.
Okay, my last question. You are making reference, I think this is paragraph 17.1, when you were arguing that there was a let me just read it verbatim. On sentence number 2, as the task team that was being formed, the provincial team was securing a conviction for the murder of the Ramaphosa supporter whose name was top on the hit list, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever been a member of the ANC?
No. Oh, hang on. I joined very briefly, but I didn't stay. And that was in 1990, when one of my colleagues, the whole university was going mad on this. Oh, Mandela's out, you know, and you've been calling, because at one stage we had a petition calling for the release of Mandela in the 80s. How can you not join the ANC? All right, I said, but I didn't keep it up. I didn't renew it. I didn't go to meetings. I mean, I got out of all politics. I was still a member of the PFP, so I was a member of both of them, and I withdrew from both of them. It just was not appropriate for me.
Okay. And then, how do we define a Ramaphosa supporter? Or
Well,
how does an external person who's not in the ANC would define a Ramaphosa supporter?
Well, the people that were claiming this were very long-standing ANC people, but said there were factions. So, and they, I mean, it was not just me. I mean, it was getting around everywhere. I mean, that there was this fierce competition between, it was about, you know, like most politics, it was about controlling resources, I guess, and for some people, idealism with it. You know, it's a mixture. Politics is like that all over the world. I mean, you know, you want to see a book that's written about British politics, how they broke Britain. I mean, it's not just here, the politics of politics.
No, you know why I'm asking this question is because the way you have framed it on your statement,
Oh, right.
you are not appropriating
All right. Okay.
this classification of that conviction to somebody else. You are writing as a first person.
Yeah, I
So
wrote
that's why
it.
I'm asking you, because in the statement you are not saying, I was told, I happen to be made aware, or anything of that sort, that therefore the person who was being convicted was a Ramaphosa supporter.
Well,
That's why
I've
I'm
seen
asking.
his name at top of the hit list. Somebody sent me the hit list that was allegedly
So somebody
the
sent
wrong
you
people.
a hit list, and the title of the hit list was Ramaphosa supporters.
Yeah, the hit list was circulating. It was even, I think, in the media that there was a hit list circulating. But I mean, his name was top of the list and he got killed, and another one was, there was an attempt to kill him. Then they got rid of the municipal manager who was in the wrong political camp. Yeah.
Okay. No, I wanted to understand that because I was
Yeah.
a bit unsure what is meant by that, the way it is written on the statement. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just heard Mr. HAAS saying he was a member of PFP and the ANC. Quite interesting. But I wanted to find out, Mrs. HAAS, you know, because you wrote to the National Commissioner in February, and you were so lucky that you wrote a letter to a minister, and the minister disbanded the PKTT, your first letter.
Yeah, I mean, I was astonished. I hadn't expected it.
Yeah, hence I don't want you to go there because remember we went about being decisive and, you know, you remember, let's not go there. Now, why were you so pushing? What was your interest in this matter? Why were you involved in the police operational matters? What was your interest in all this issue of the police? And who's funding you? I'm just now trying to find out from you because I hear you talking about resources and what. Who's funding you, Mr.
Nobody's
HAAS?
funding me. Nobody has funded me since 2005, apart from whatever I get for writing academic articles that gets some money put into my research code that can only be used for academic activities. No one has funded me since 2005. That's the first thing. What drives me? Well, I don't know why it sounds so strange. I have a passion for justice because I deal with people day in, day out. All they want is justice and they're not getting it.
Now,
So that's what's driving me, not the money. I'm paying myself for this. I'm risking my life for it.
so are you not working with any NGO or any civil society?
No, I'm not. I'm not a member of any of them at all. I mean,
No.
I have no, I don't really work with any of them. The only people I'm in is a Navi Pillay research group, which is, I'm not teaching. I am part of being an honorary research fellow because I write academic stuff.
Yes, but my question is this. Are you not working with any NGO on your research? You are funding yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm independent.
Yes.
Completely independent.
So you are not, there's no
Look,
one
I
who's funding
interact with
any
people.
of your work.
No, I'm not working with. I'm not a member of. Hang on a minute. Let me just think. Nothing to do with NPOs. I mean, I interact with the local Amnesty International group because I've known them all for years. Okay. Who else? I mean, it's one thing to support people in an MPO, but I'm not involved in it.
Let me put it this way to you. Are you comfortable for your gadgets to be taken from you?
No, I'm not, because there's private information on that.
No, we will apply. We know how to do it. We'll get a court order.
But how dare you? I'm a private person. How dare you do this to me?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking. I'm not saying I'm going to do that.
No.
I'm saying, are you comfortable that
Of course
if
I am,
the
because
police have to take your gadgets like any other one, because there's probing in here. So my question, I'm saying, are you comfortable?
I'm not comfortable because it's private. It's
No.
private family issues.
I understand that. And since I'm asking you, my follow-up question was simple. And
I'm
you
sorry.
still did not respond on my question. I ask you, why are you involving yourself on police operational matters?
I've told you that because I
You did
care
not.
about justice. I care about people. One death is too much.
No,
I care about people.
All of us, we care.
Must
We
I
care about
apologize
people.
for that? Look,
Okay,
please, Chair,
yeah,
may I
no,
ask,
no,
this
no,
is
no,
turning
no,
into
no,
a witch hunt of me.
No, let me.
And I'm objecting and I'm putting it on record.
Let me help you, both of you. Honorable Skosana and Dr. DIHAAS, the witnesses that appear before the committee are not suspects.
Yes.
That is the principle that we must always reiterate. And but I don't think that it's fair, Honorable Skosana, to go to an extent of telling the witness that we know the procedure that we must follow in case we must apply for your gadgets to be confiscated from you or to be seized from you because we are probing. I mean, she's not a suspect. Let's have a conversation with her.
Thank you, Chair. Hence I was saying to her, it was a question. I've never said we are going to do that. Because remember, Chair, that was a follow-up question to say, why was he pushing so hard? What was the interest? Who's funding her? Other questions she answered me. But my follow-up question, where she did not answer me, it's not personal, as I said, Ms. DIHAAS.
What am I not answering?
No, my question was simple. You said because you care, one death is too much. All of us here, one death, hence we are here. It's not only you. This privilege which we are talking about is not only exclusive to you.
I didn't say it was, did I?
Yeah, now I'm saying to you, it's not a threat. I was just asking whether are you comfortable? Because you said it's illegal. We can't do this, we can't. So I said to you, because I'm a lawmaker, I know if your gadget has to be taken, what must happen? I'm not a policeman. I'm not going to do that. But I'm saying to you, honestly speaking, your involvement is suspicious in the whole matter. Hence, I'm asking this follow-up question. That you wrote one letter. The minister disbanded PKTT. And then you made a follow-up letter to the National Commissioner. Why was he not implementing it? Hence, I'm asking you, what was your interest?
Because it was a perfectly legal letter. I can't, as I said, I can't take responsibility. I had no idea that it would act this way, so how can you attribute blame to me for it? I mean, I didn't expect it. I've explained that. He did it. I can't help it if he took what I said into consideration. It's not my fault. I can't control how the minister handles. So,
Thank you so much.
yeah, I've tried to explain this.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah.
You were very lucky. You were very privileged, I must say. Thank you, Chair.
Matthews.
Thank you. Just quickly, the letter that you wrote to the minister, Ms. Diaz, did anybody advise you on what to write in the letter? Was it the letter reviewed by anybody before you sent it to the minister? Because the wording, and we're asking that and it's a follow-up, is pretty much the same wording that the minister used in his letter of disbandment. And it also has information in there that I would have thought you wouldn't have been privy to, like the murder and robbery unit, etc. So the question is pretty much, did you write the letter on your own? You didn't have a discussion with anybody about it? No?
No,
Is that
what
enough?
I did
Okay,
was,
it's not then, that's fine.
I'll tell you what I did. I wrote the letter myself. I write my own letters.
Yeah.
The only letters I run past people are...
Okay,
if
but
I'm-
did you just ask whether
Yeah,
this
but
one,
I
did you
did- I
run it
wrote it
past anybody?
myself.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what you mean about the information. The only thing I do is to, when I write letters for people, I don't know that I could have, and this wasn't easy, but whenever I write letters for people, I get their permission and I give them a copy of it.
So
But I
on this
wrote that
letter,
myself.
Ms. Diaz, just,
Yeah.
did you say you wrote it and a draft? Did you send it to anybody to give input or
No,
review it?
no.
So it was just you and the information that you had and you sent it
Yes.
through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Doctor, let me just run 2 or 3 questions with Honorable Shonga. No, you have said that you are not asking questions. Eh?
I didn't want the Meritias to die on my hands, Chair, but I'm ready to ask my questions, Chair. Thank you.
May I just comment? You don't need to take my phones. I've had to cancel all the interceptions on them at least once now. Illegal, of course.
I didn't get that, Danny.
Sorry, I said you wouldn't need to take my phone. I've already had to cancel all the interceptions on them.
That's Kosana who takes
On it.
phones. Yeah.
I'm trying to make a joke of it, sorry. Just to ease the relationship between us.
All right. Goeienaand, Danny. Goeienaand. Do you speak Afrikaans?
Sorry?
Goeienaand. Do you speak Afrikaans?
Who?
Do you speak Afrikaans?
I speak a bad mixture. I speak a mixture of Afrikaans and Dutch. My husband was Dutch. I've lived in Holland, and I'm out of practice. I could speak Dutch fairly fluently at one stage, but
Okay.
but I mean, it became a mixture of Afrikaans and Dutch, and I understand very well, and I haven't practiced for years, as I found out when I was in Holland last time.
Okay. Quickly here, Ms. Diaz. You know, there is money that was budgeted for investigation on Premier Oscar Mabuyankulu. Is Mabuyankulu, ne? He was supposed to be investigated for his qualifications. So I think because the court has decided that we are no longer going to investigate him, would you mind if we take that opportunity, maybe put you in that slot and check your qualifications? Because something is not sitting well with me. Would you mind if we were to verify your qualifications?
You can check my qualifications.
Which
I
are?
have no problem.
Which are?
Sorry?
Which are? What are your qualifications? Just title.
I've got a social work degree. I've got an honours in anthropology, which is the equivalent of the type of course with masters now. I've got a research masters and a whole lot of publications. I've been told I could just take those publications and say, you know, they constitute a PhD. I just haven't bothered because it's not a big issue for me, but maybe I better.
Did you study to be a doctor? This doctorate, did you study for it or it was given
I
to
was
you as a-
registered for a PhD, but I was doing so much
Let me repeat the
teaching.
question, Doc. Sorry for that.
You asked me if I...
No, I want to know, did you study to be called doctor or it was you being honored or appreciated?
I registered for a PhD that went on
doctor
for so
one?
many years, and then I was awarded an honorary doctorate. Most of the stuff that,
Okay, no, yeah, I got that.
that
Thank
I'd
you very
already
much.
published, that I was going to
I
put
wanted
in the
that on
PhD.
record clearly that
Yeah.
you were being appreciated. Now,
You can
tell me,
check
Doc,
Rhodes
do you
issued
know
the doctorate.
Do you know Paula Sullivan?
Vaguely. He contacted me. I've had no dealings with him. What did he contact me about?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I know what it was.
No,
He
don't worry
wanted to
about-
know what I knew about the police killing people.
Okay.
That's
Do
what
you-
he contacted me about. I don't collaborate
Wow,
with him,
Kwanzima,
if that's what you
Kwanzima,
want
Mbele,
to know.
Kwanzima,
No.
Kwanzima. Okay. Do you notice the similarities between you and Paul O'Sullivan? The fact that you both are running SAPS officials, but you're not part of it, you've never been trained, you're not even authorized to even enter. Do you notice the similarities?
Listen,
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, there the similarity ends. I have worked with the police for years and years and years.
And does that authorize you to instruct a commissioner, a sitting commissioner,
I've never.
or a minister per se?
I requested the minister.
Yes. Okay, you've been a teacher before, right? You've been a teacher. You have been a teacher before. Were you a teacher?
Me, I
Yes.
was a lecturer at the
A lecturer.
university. Yes.
Help me here.
For
What
over
is a
20
verb?
years.
Help me here. What is a verb?
What is it?
A verb.
Huh?
A verb.
Avert.
Please help.
A verb.
Verb, yes.
A doing word.
It's a doing word. What did the minister do concerning to your 1.1?
But we've been through this.
Yes,
The
I just want a
minister-
straight answer. That's
we
why
know the
I'm making it
minister-
easy for you. What did the minister do? I'm asking in terms of a verb. A verb is a doing word.
Please,
So let's
doing-
go there. Let's check what did the minister do there. The minister was instructed to disband PKTT, or was instructed to instruct the national commissioner to immediately disband. What did the minister do? Answer the following question.
We
10
know
months.
he disbanded it. I'm not sitting here disputing the fact that he disbanded
And
it, am
do
I?
you take credit for that?
Pardon?
Do you take credit for that?
No,
That you
I
did
don't,
very well.
because I don't know if there were any. I cannot speak for the minister. How can I take credit?
No, I'm just asking in terms
I
of
may
your
have
letter. Do you
it
take
seems
credit?
like I contributed to it. I
Okay.
don't know if it was more than me or not.
Okay, Danny.
I do
calm
not
down,
know.
Danny. Calm down.
You're asking me for evidence, and I can't give
Yes,
you evidence.
yes. No, I'm not
that there was
asking
any
for it.
other-
I'm just asking about your letter. Do you think?
Yes,
Do you
he-
take credit for your letter? Do you think your letter did something well?
Well, it seems to have influenced him if he referred to it.
I appreciate that.
But what I'm saying to you is, I don't know what else influenced him. I'm not privy to it.
Do you think Minister Mkhunu is corrupt? Do you think Minister Mkhunu is corrupt?
Well, I start with the assumption that almost everybody in politics is corrupt, and they have to prove otherwise. Sorry about that.
I'll prove
and
it.
they are sometimes proven otherwise.
Do you think
so-
he must be fired?
Sorry. No, look, I'm being a bit cynical there. I don't. He may or may not be. I have absolutely no idea. I
Do you
really
think?
have.
Do you think he must be fired?
I don't see any reason to fire him. He was doing sensible things. He made enemies because he was also trying to clamp down on gun control.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Tell me this: how credible are ANC members?
Very
According to-
varied.
Sorry,
Very varied.
very credible.
Like all the politics in this place. You've got
No.
good ones and you've
Let
got...
me repeat my. How credible do you think ANC members are?
How can I generalize when they're so... I mean, there's very good, credible ones and there's some that are absolutely corrupt.
So
It's like all politicians. You get a whole range of good and bad.
there's a range of good and bad. So you're saying
Well-
in the ANC there's good and bad.
Well, I think so. I wouldn't like
And
to...
you
I don't
are-
believe in generalization like this.
And we are privileged that only the good ANC credible members come to you and give you information about the death of councillors in the KZN areas.
No, not only them, because some people, I have no idea where they stand in the ANC. The people who tell me about people who died.
I'm asking you this because you said the political killings were based on Zuma. And I struggled to find facts on that because there was a DA councillor that was shot. There was an NFP councillor. there was an IFP councillor. So how is that connected to Zuma? Were this coming from the credible ANC members? Was this info coming from them?
What do you mean, the political killings team?
Yes.
It came from
Not the team. I'm asking.
It came from Clearly, and I think he...
No, I'm asking the people who died. You said
there's a
ANC members
variety of
gave you
people who
information.
died.
Sorry?
There's a whole the range of people that died.
So-
Most parties, NFP, IFP, ANC.
So you said they died because Zuma was involved. How did you
That
say
was the
Oh.
specific municipal elections I referred to, when the competition was really fierce.
Okay.
I'm not talking generally, the people of all political parties that are dying. When the NFP broke away from the IFP, there were a lot of killings between IFP and NFP.
Okay.
The situation varies according to the context of the time.
I'm worried, Danny. I want us to finish because
Please.
I don't want you to die on my hands. I want to go to heaven. Serious. Tell me this, Danny. In your own,
or something.
Honorable,
sorry for that. I withdraw, Chair.
yeah, you must withdraw that statement.
Tell me this, Danny. In your own judgment, General Mkwanas and General Sibiya, if I may add, Officer Makubu, whom you spoke about, who's an honest police officer or who's credible between the three of them, according to Makubu?
Without a doubt.
And how did you come to that determination?
Because I saw how he'd done his work in various cases.
So did you go with him to work in many places?
No, look, I'm sorry, this is wandering right off. I mean, I have helped Makubu recently because he's under threat of death.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
And I knew him when he was doing investigations and he showed real care for his witnesses, that they were properly treated, that they were in. So I've worked with him on and off for years, but recently he is in danger of being killed. They broke into his house one night, and it wasn't a break-in, it was a
So, ma'am, if I may
and a
ask-
whole lot, and threats he's followed, and it's all the Miwa
You're
case, I
saying to
think.
me a police officer with a gun came to you because he fears that his life is in danger and then told you whatever information so that you can take the very same information back to SAPS where he should have taken it.
I didn't say Makubu did it.
What did Makubu do that is so good? What did Makubu come to you?
He's got a record in the Hawks of cash in transit
Yes.
successes. He came to me initially because he needed help for, I mean,
And how
I
did
don't
you
know
help
what
him?
this has got to do with
How
what we're
did you help
talking
him?
about. Because we're
Okay,
not
let's
here
make
to
it short,
talk
ma'am. How
about
did you help Makubu?
He had a witness that he was scared was going to be let out of protection,
Yes.
and that they might kill him.
How did you help him?
I helped him by writing to the Witness Protection Program and saying, will you please be sure that this witness is properly relocated because there are plots to kill him.
And what did they do?
They did,
They did exactly that.
yeah.
Per
But it was
your-
a reasonable
per your request.
because that was what was due to her.
Would I be wrong if I would say you instructed them to help Makubu in
I
that
didn't
way?
instruct, I said,
You
this
requested.
is what you... Look, please, can we stop? I
Ask
beg your
case, ask
pardon.
case, ask
This
case,
is
Danny,
going right
ask
off the
case,
point, Chair, and
ask
it's
case,
keeping
Danny.
us here. I'm not prepared to sit here and say this policeman's good, that policeman's bad.
No,
Why
I
are
want,
you doing
because
this?
you said it on record that Mkwanas is not a good police and the other. So I just want to
All right.
identify whether, because if a police officer doesn't give you information, to you, to me, it seems as if they don't give you information,
No.
they are not deemed to be good police.
That's not what I'm basing on. I'm basing my judgment of Mkwanazi on what his police have said after they were they were dismissed for no good reason. The language he used towards them, if it was correct, they got their jobs back with arbitration. They did not even get a hearing. It was a legal dismissal, arbitration put them back in, and he sent them away again. He wasn't allowed to because he wasn't supposed to take it on review. So he doesn't really act in all the interests of some of his policemen. But, I mean, he is also, and I mean, I've put this in it. And all I want is somebody to ask him. It's in my, I mean, there's a police note that he interrupted the arrest of a convicted drug dealer.
You know, Danny, let me interject.
All you've got to do is ask him if that's correct.
Danny, let me interject. My worry is one. People who I seem to be associated with Minister Mkhunu, all of them, their characters is now questionable and actually I'm questioning his judgment regarding that he took the advice from you of disbanding PKTT. Checking your character, I'm not convinced by your character. Hence, I'm saying, even your qualifications, I'm starting to doubt them. That's why I'm going to ask.
Qualifications, that I'm not a police.
Listen, Danny.
What do you do except work with police for 30 years and know what's allowed, what's not? Some of them have been management members.
So how come is it difficult for you to answer a simple question? How did you determine that Officer Makobu is good compared to Mkwanazi?
Because I haven't heard any reports. I've heard about him not being, I mean, he may be for all I know, but I do know he's won cases. I do know that there's some that...
But we do agree that both of us, we now are maybe confused by the judgment of Minister Mkhunu that he relied on your letter. He also relied on General Sbiya, now Ngabinde as well, if I may say. What does that say about Minister Mkhunu?
I don't know if he has. I don't know the whole story. All I've heard is parts of the story. How do we know? I'm not prejudging this. I'm staying right out of it as far as I can. And I'm sorry that my
let me ask you this question so that we can finish. You said on the Sindiso Makaka, you said there was info leaked to the media, right? And
yeah, there was. City Press.
Okay. And you said you know this because it was not leaked by you. Now, does that mean you can separate between what was leaked by you versus what was not leaked by you?
I keep stuff confidential if people tell me.
Okay, I'm talking about leaking of information, police information, if I may say.
Oh, I mean, look, I respond. I will say, look, police are alleging this. Can you maybe ask questions? You know, they're saying they can't pay their informants. In fact, I didn't go to the media about that. There was an article about this very thing in the media. I think it was, I've forgotten who it was, but where the whole thing is in the media, and it wasn't me. I could have leaked stuff to the media if I wanted, and I haven't.
Have you leaked anything to the media?
No. I mean, look, what have I done?
You're not sure, eh?
No,
when was the last time you leaked something? Okay, when was the last time you leaked something to the media?
I don't talk about confidential material. I might say there are allegations that informants aren't getting paid when people ask. But I put that to Parliament.
When was the last time you leaked information to the media?
Look,
Koko, 1 plus 1. Okay, Koko, let's make it simple.
Getting at.
Koko, let's make it simple. 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1 is 2. That's how simple I want us to make it.
No.
When was the last time you leaked to media?
I've done nothing with this matter.
No.
Only thing I've sent is copies to the media. No, this is a general question.
Okay, Koko.
I mean, I don't give confidential information out.
But Koko, you say here, regarding the Makaka matter, info was leaked to the police. You know this because it was not leaked by you.
No, it was not leaked by me.
Yes.
It was shared
How
information.
did you know it was not leaked by you? How did you know it was not leaked by you?
Because I'd never spoken to the media about it.
About it. Have you spoken to the media about any other thing else, leaking them information?
Look, how do I know what you're talking about unless you can give me specifics? I don't. Look, please, Mr. Chair, can we stop this? It's becoming becoming a witch hunt, and I'm losing my
Chair,
temper.
Mntomdala
It's
uzongishiya. Let
Parliament.
me respectfully step down, Chair. Thina sifundisa ukuhlonipha abantu abadala. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shong. Dr. DIHAAS. Dr. DIHAAS. You know, an elder has two hearts. The other heart is an overflow. Yes. When you say I'm losing my temper in this parliament, we get worried. It's fine. Thank you so much, Honorable Shong. Thank you so much, Doctor. Can we no, I'm no longer taking any follow-ups. Yeah. Let's do this, Doctor. In the letter that you wrote on the 31st of October, on paragraph number 2, I see you use compulsive words there.
What did I say? Sorry, paragraph 2. Was this my letter?
Yeah. Of
The one that I sent in October?
yeah.
Okay, let me get back to
You,
where I was.
in the first sentence, you are using the word that the word instruct, that the minister must instruct
That I wrote.
the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killing task team. And then in the second sentence you say, the National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Kumalo, who heads crime intelligence services, to this task team which he did not have the qualifications and experience to command in the first place. Do you know General Kumalo, Dr. DIHAAS? General Dumisani Kumalo?
I know he was operational response and not detectives. And to have, I mean, that was my argument. He's not a detective and he's basically running the team.
And do you know how long he has been in the SAPS?
He's been there since the 1990s, as I understand it. I'm not sure exactly when. It could be worked out, I suppose, in terms of his age and when he would have trained.
So when
It was the 1980s, yeah, he was in the police.
So when you say 1980s, do you want to mean early 80s or late 80s?
I think he must have been trained in the first part of the 80s.
Okay.
I mean, hang on a sec, wait a minute. Where was he? Yeah, because he was in the KwaZulu police when it was formed, and that was 87, so he may have transferred there. As I said, I don't know where he did his training. I think he's in his 50s now, approximately.
And
so
do you know when he was appointed or promoted to the senior management position in the SAPS?
I don't know. He was a brigadier before he was promoted to general. He was a brigadier when he first went to be a project manager. And he was, about that time, I think he was promoted to general. But I don't know.
When was it that he was promoted to the senior manager?
It was around the time the task team was set up, which would have been around 2018.
That was the time he became a brigadier.
No, he became a general. He was a brigadier then.
When did he become a brigadier?
Was that not in Mkonazi's evidence? Because he spoke of transfer.
No. I'm asking you questions.
I'm not sure when he became a brigadier. I think he might have been around the time he went to crime intelligence. For that brief stint.
When was he appointed a brigadier, to the rank of a brigadier?
I don't have the complete record.
You don't know.
No, but I think he was a brigadier. Look, it may be in the records I've got. He may have been referred
But
to, and
n-
I
now-
don't know if Mkhwanazi
Okay,
referred to
now
him as a brigadier.
you are unable now to tell us when General Kumalo was appointed a brigadier in the SAPS.
Yes, but all I know is that he's
No, it's
never
fine.
been reported to be
And
a
then
detective.
what is Brigadier Kumalo's highest qualification?
I don't know. I mean, and I think as we talk, I mean, everybody's going on about verifying my qualifications, but surely you
No,
know
no, no,
how-
no. We are,
But I mean, I don't know what his qualifications
we are asking
are.
about Brigadier Kumalo's highest qualification, not you.
It's on record. I
That,
don't have
that one
access.
was your matter between you and Skosan.
Yeah.
And then is Brigadier Kumalo the only official that you know who was working in the PKTT?
Well, I knew him as running the admin and project side.
PKTT.
Okay, yeah. The reporting line, it was initially him, and it was the local person was a brigadier in the Hawks, reporting to Mkhwanazi to report.
Yes, so,
to the
so
National.
in that PKTT, because it was a team, if you may estimate how many people might have been in that team, how many police officials might have been in the PKTT?
Well, we have the figures that were announced at the launch of it in the
Yeah.
media article, but we don't know the ranks of all of them, do
Yeah.
we? And I mean, what I was told was that there was a specific brigadier in charge of them, or inspecting dockets.
That's
And
exactly,
he left.
that's exactly the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
If you may estimate how many officials could have been in the PKTT?
Well, all I know is the number that was officially given by Clearly.
Yeah. What did he say is the number?
I think he said it was 120 something,
120.
130, including
Yeah,
the ones
you can
seconded.
just say over 100.
Yeah, no, it's in that
And
media
then
article that
In that number of over 100 officials, do you know of the qualifications and experience of any of them, except Kumar?
I've heard about quite a few of them. I've heard of them, and most of them, there are a few lieutenant colonels, I think. And these are the ones they say were not permanent.
Yeah.
And I've heard of most of them have been captains, sergeants. I haven't heard of another more senior detective who's there permanently in the
Yeah,
structure.
I'm not talking about their rank, I'm talking about
Yeah.
their academic qualifications.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not privy to,
You don't have-
to
you don't-
the,
you
the
don't-
police records. All I can
you
hear
don't
is
have
what
that
people tell me.
information.
Well, this one's a captain, that one's a this one, or,
Okay.
yeah.
So when you wrote this sentence that General Kumalo did not have the qualifications and experience, without you having checked on the rest of the over 100 officials who formed part of the PKTT,
Because I had never...
do you think that you are fair in such an assertion?
Well, I tried to find out about a senior detective, and I did not after the brigadier left.
What I'm saying,
And I couldn't
what
find
I'm saying to
anyone.
you as
Yeah.
as a senior citizen,
Yeah.
remember when we started here, I said to you that you are our Friesland or our Jesse. That is where we must tap wisdom. You are a repository, according to my understanding, a person of your advanced age. There is a team here of over 100 police officials. And then you just single out Kumalo and say, this person is not suitably qualified, does not have the requisite experience. What about the many other officers who are in that team? Did you check their suitability?
I checked some
or-
of them.
or
I checked some of them.
Some of them.
Yeah. I mean, how could I? I didn't know who they all were. They were there 1 minute and they'd gone. So there was no permanent structure, it seemed to me. And the only people whose names were mentioned as giving instructions were Khumalo.
So if we were to look at this objectively, and one comes to the conclusion that you targeted Khumalo, will it be a fair statement to make to you, to say Dr. DISBANDMENT targeted Khumalo in the whole team of the PKTT that was sent to KwaZulu-Natal? That is why you are able to write, not on one page. If we go to the second page, you still talk about Dr. Khumalo, I mean General Khumalo, and then you even go to an extent of saying that you don't even trust that he's a credible police official.
Because he's not a detective, he's operational response. That's why. And
Yes.
so was this other man who was seconded, operational response. And so is Masemola, who is a buddy of both Khumalo and Mkhwanazi from years ago. I mean, Masemola was in this province as Deputy Provincial Commissioner. I dealt with him then. And he took no action when I told him there was paramilitary training up at Nongom. Did nothing. And he was Deputy Provincial Commissioner. But that's where they all know each other from their operational response days.
Let me ask you the last question. Because when you made your oral presentation, you said to us that, and you considered here after members probed you, you said that you concede that some of the evidence that you deposed in your statement has not been verified.
I've agreed to that.
And when you sent it to the authorities, you wanted them to verify and maybe even come back and report to say the things that you raised with us, this is how we process them, correct?
Sorry, the things... I tried to put together my explanation for doing it. I had spoken to people. I'd got their description of what happened to their cases. That was all on record.
Yeah.
And I was... What happened then was, after I said that I was really concerned because of, as I said, all I was getting, no mention, and this was my problem all along when they started, and I tried to get a sense of exactly who was running it. It was almost impossible, but that's not the way it should be.
That's exactly what I'm saying, that having gathered this information that could be inconclusive or incomplete or unverified, why, when you wrote to the minister, you did not say to him, or when you wrote to Parliament, you did not say to them, I request, instead of saying, I request that you instruct the police commissioner to immediately disband? Why didn't you say, I request that we further investigate these allegations because I do not have conclusive evidence?
Well, I could have done that, but I think that it was the sheer horror of what I was hearing.
We further investigate these allegations, determine their veracity, and then where appropriate action is necessary, the authorities can see how they deal with this.
I didn't do that because it had been going on for 6 years with very little results that were verified in terms of media. Well, we've got these successes. They'd been going when I wrote that letter for 6 years. And in terms of the number of people who died in the province, there was very little to show for it, so I thought enough is enough. I'm hearing horror stories about fabricated evidence, all people independently saying the same thing. The illegal actions, why have we got this team? I'm hearing about all the expenses and the NIU running away with them.
So you did not request that those allegations be investigated?
Because I did say an inquiry into them, I think, as well. I wanted an inquiry into them. So I said disband and inquire. What's my heading here?
You said
of the
disband.
body to investigate the task team and cases-related matters. Yeah,
Your
that's right.
heading
Yeah, I
is-
wanted
is
it
a
disbanded
call
and
for
an
immediate
investigation.
disbandment.
Yeah.
It's not investigation.
But why keep a team like this when it's not when it's just such a, I mean, it's a team that is just so opaque, if you want to say that. There's no clear structure. It's been going for 6 years.
Okay.
It's obvious they're spending a lot of money. We had provincial teams that were good. Why are we keeping it? It makes no sense to me.
When you say the deployment of of General Kumalo must be stopped, is that an established practice in the public service that you can just act willy-nilly the way you say it without following procedure? Stop it immediately. Is that how?
Well, if the team is disbanded, he had no role there, if his role was project manager. Because at this stage...
That's exactly what I'm saying, is that how rash decisions are taken in the public service.
Well, the public service, there's all sorts of strange decisions taken, and people are suspended for years without anything happening on full pay.
Okay. You have not answered to the question.
No, sorry, why did I not? You say, why did I not?
Is that the practice in the public service that
Yeah.
a head, a political head or a administrative head can just be instructed to act like that?
Well, he'd been deployed, but he wasn't. What I was told, and the Honourable James says otherwise, I was told that it was a deployment from another fixed position. So you weren't moving him out of his position, you were just moving the deployment to project manager, the task team. You're not moving and shuffling him around in the police itself. If the information I'd been given that he was still based in ORS was correct, you're just saying that he must move if the task team. If I'm asking you to
because
expand.
Dr. DISBANDMENT has said that stop this deployment and the minister must do it and go to a committee of parliament and say the reason why General Kumalo was stopped was because I was instructed by Dr. DISBANDMENT to do it. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Listen, we are investigating.
No,
We are
I understand.
investigating interference.
Yeah. Well, it was a request. Most of my requests ignored.
You are using the word must. You are not requesting.
Oh, I must. Yes, he must. Because if the task team was disbanded, then he should go anyway, shouldn't he? I don't know.
Okay. The
More or less, anyway. I mean, I
the
was.
last
yeah.
is what Honorable Ngola referred you to, that there is a principle that when you hear a story on one side, you must also verify it on the other. Audi alteram partem principle in law.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
So
but
there are families that have lost their loved ones.
yes.
When you talk about these political killings, you talk about human beings who have lost their lives.
Absolutely.
And their families have not closed these chapters.
I know.
I want to know, because you say you are a researcher, in your research work, have you ever chosen some of these families as participants for observation?
I'm in touch with them. I haven't. Look, let me just explain this. It's not a formal research project, it's a
Yeah.
human rights intervention. I deal with a lot of families
Yeah.
who want closure.
Yes, I want to know, did you check with any of those families to hear how they feel about the letter you were about to write?
Well, the letter I was writing referred specifically to cases that I had.
The PKTT
Yeah.
is investigating cases that involve families that have lost their
Yes.
children.
Well,
And then you write a letter to say this task team must be disbanded without those families having got relief that is sought in law.
but the detectives are still
I
there.
want to check with you whether you were able to check with these families, how do they feel about the performance of the PKTT?
Well, I've heard from them. One of the reasons that money was raised was for the Magaka family because they're fed up with sitting there for nothing happening with the political killings team taking over when there was a sign of hope initially. And that was why the money was raised to pay a lawyer to get the hitman to tell the story for the family, and the family were very grateful. I wasn't to say they weren't to investigate, they were just to go to proper detective units.
Yeah, but
keep the
the point
investigations
that
going.
I want to get to
Yeah.
is, don't you feel that your action obstructed those families from getting justice?
But why would it if the same detective just moved to another unit?
You say that you are a human rights activist, isn't it? Families are sitting here, they want to get justice because they have lost their loved ones. And then a team that has been appointed to investigate those cases, you say it must be disbanded. If one of those family members say, we could not get justice because of the actions of Dr. Mary HAAS, what is your response?
I would want to say what was the basis on which they said it if the very same cases are still being investigated and if they've got to the stage they're in court. The disbandment of the team is not going to impact on that. It's just going to put all the detectives back in the proper units, which are headed by detectives of a nature of, say, a brigadier.
As a justice activist, after gathering this information, incomplete, inconclusive as it was, why didn't you forward it, for instance, to the Human Rights Commission and say there is this evidence that I gathered, but I may not have the capacity to investigate it further? And I don't want to create a wrong impression to government that the PKTT is unnecessary, is wasteful, is unable to live up to its mandate. Why didn't you go to the Human Rights Commission and say, investigate this matters further?
Well, I'm sorry to say this. I've had really bad experience of the Human Rights Commission not doing anything. That's why I didn't go.
So you say your attitude towards them is more about bias?
Look, I've been to the Human Rights Commission. I begged them to look at what was happening in Glebelands. They wouldn't touch it. Somebody in the Gender Commission wrote to them and said, I've done what I can for the women in Glebelands. Will you please investigate it? They didn't. I've sent them reports. I gave them a report on torture. They asked me to give it to them, and they did nothing about it. So I thought it would probably sit there. I mean, in one case, when I asked them to do something, it became, well, what do you expect us to do? I said, I've asked you to do this. It's about illegal land invasions, and here are all the court papers. What more can I do? And that was the end of it. I mean, I'm sorry, but it didn't even occur to me because I've had no joy at all out of the Human Rights Commission.
The many withdrawals that you have made from your statement today and your oral presentation, are you not worried that might have been damaging to your reputation, especially amongst your peers?
No, I mean, what withdrawals did I make except to concede that for you it's hearsay evidence and a couple of mistakes in the grammar of things? I mean, I never pretended that I was telling you anything that it was myself you knew and has not been verified. Nowhere have I done that. I'm giving you information that was told to me independently and are saying the same sorts of things about abuses and fabrication. And it came on the end of other complaints I've been having over the years about cases, etc., and the opacity of the fact that there was no proper oversight of this team. It came as a result of that. There's nothing in here that I don't stand by unless there's a few things like, for example, that I could have worded differently, you know, about the political killings team when I should have said that it happened after they took it over, that the cases were withdrawn when they had been in court, and I don't know the reasons for it. But I must also tell you that I was given very short notice to put everything together. I can't just drop everything. I'd just come back from working flat out on other commitments I had, including about land issues and a conference. Thought I was going to catch up, and then I got computer and things that took me much longer, and you wanted all the documentation. I had to look out, send everything I could. But then I had to somehow, within a very short space of time, put it together in an affidavit. So I stand by the content of my affidavit. I'm saying the wording in place, I concede that obviously it's hearsay. I've made it clear, and I only put that part about intelligence in because I was specifically asked to. And I've made it clear that these are allegations I don't know. But what I do know is that there's been no proper oversight of intelligence since because when the Mufamadi report said it's urgent, it took 6 years to get the legislation through and only signed into law this year. So we don't know what's going on in intelligence. So I was very concerned about that. I put it in because I was specifically asked to do so. All I could speak about was really my experience of the task team. And I've done that, and I've conceded that for you it's hearsay because I'm saying it.
Thank you so much. I think I must not ask further questions. Let me check with the SC. If you have questions that you may want to ask.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you must be quite disappointed that the PKTT is still in existence and that Lieutenant General Kumalo is still the project leader and General Nkwenazi playing a prominent role in it.
They have moved back to their bases, most of them, but the cases they're handling are in court still. As I said, it didn't affect the families of cases. They're still dealing. There are, even if you look at that list that I had on Mkunu's statement, they've got a whole list of cases that are still in court. So it just means they're situated somewhere else doing those cases, presumably with a detective team. I know that some of them, because I've asked police at different areas.
I just asked you for a yes or no, ma'am.
Yeah.
Because we also heard that they have additional cases. I think 9 new additional cases.
I hadn't followed that up, I must admit.
And we also...
Yeah, I am disappointed if they've been given new cases, indeed.
So to the extent that the decision to disband the PKTT is attributed to you and your letter to the minister, erstwhile minister of 24 October 2024, it didn't quite pan out like that, did it?
Sorry?
I say it didn't quite work out like that, to the extent that the decision by Minister Nkunu to disband the PKTT is somehow attributed to you, and the letter you wrote to him on the 24th of October didn't quite work out like that.
Well, I mean, I had no indication whatsoever that I would take the blame for it. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, I think initially there were excuses found to delay it, and that was agreed they could handle cases. But certainly, if they were new cases, I don't know why. But, I mean, the other serious thing, and I've written to the new minister about it, is that, and I think I put it in, I may have added it, that at the moment there are serious allegations that there's an attempt to move the current Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Detectives, to force him out, to put in charge another man who's operational response, in charge of detectives. But I can't deal with that. I'm just passing the information on to the new minister to ask Masemola about it.
The acting minister did appear before this honourable committee just last week, I think, a short while ago, and certainly was not opposed to the existence of the PKTT and continuing their good work.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that last week. I'm just so busy with other things that I don't have time to sit and listen to everything, so I've missed a lot of it.
Did you also miss the fact that despite your complaints, which I catalogued certainly from your affidavit from October 2021, when you wrote to General Mkonazi about General Kumalo, and then subsequently in your affidavit before us today, and in letters, the letter to Minister Nkunu on the 31st of October, your follow-up letter of the 13th of November 2024, it seems to be all about Kumalo. But the fact of the matter is, he's still in charge of the PKTT. Is there something wrong with him or something wrong with you?
Well, I don't know why a man who's an operational response man should be in charge of the political killings team. I don't understand it.
Well,
and I mean, that's all I can say, basically.
You are also here today to assist us.
Yeah, I'm trying. But with your expertise in this field, you've been in this field for 40 years. Now, we hear, and it's surprising that there's no reference by you to the appearance before the senior police management, together with Minister Nkunu at the time on the 5th of March. They appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Police. I saw reference, I have seen reference to
there
that,
was a subsequent meeting on the 27th of March. There were submissions made by General Masemola to extend the team and for an additional budget. There was also a counter submission by General Sabia, and yet the team remains in place. Lieutenant General Kumalo actually made the presentation for the PKTT before the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March. So clearly, our National Commissioner doesn't have any problems with someone you say is an operational person and who's not a detective being the head of this team. It wasn't General Mkonazi, it was General Masemola.
Yeah, but their old working relationship. They're very close, the three of them. They went off and did rhino poaching duties together, and so they're old colleagues, and of course they'll support each other. That's the way it works.
So why that's called teamwork? What's wrong with, is it something sinister about these three working together?
Well, if they're doing detective work, I think it is.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dunn.
Thank you so much, honorable members, Dr. DIHAAS and the staff.
Point of order, Chair. You can't continue calling Ms. DIHAAS doctor. We agreed and she agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no.
I didn't buy my doctorate anyway. And I can tell you some people do. They have it ghost written for them.
Dr. DIHAAS.
I'm with you there, Danny. I'm with
I'm
you.
sorry.
Dr. DIHAAS. The University of Rhodes has recognized you with an honorary
Yes, you can.
doctorate.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay.
You can have a copy of the
Yeah,
letter if you wish.
In terms of practice, you are called a doctor when you are within the premises of the university that has conferred that doctorate to you. And when you come out of the premises, it's not compulsory
No,
to be addressed as a doctor.
no.
But it does not mean that you may not be addressed as a doctor. Yeah, but it's not compulsory. It's not like a person who has done a PhD.
You better,
So
but you
we
better
want to
ask
thank you so much for the time that you spent with us today, especially a citizen of advanced age like yourself. The last session has been longer than normal because we went for about 4 hours without a break, but nevertheless, we want to thank you so much. Honorable members, we have approved a timetable last week, and then the legal team called me and requested that there should be some amendments. And then I agreed to them. I said we will bring those amendments to the committee for ratification because they had to do work and schedule witnesses. So in terms of the schedule for this week, tomorrow Mr. Cedric Nkabinde will come back. The proceedings are at Good Hope Chambers. And then the head of procurement at the SAPS, Lieutenant General Dimpane Fani, will be coming on Thursday. So there was also another proposal that General Musikidi must come on Friday. And the chief whip has informed me during break that he engaged with you. And then the general feeling amongst yourselves is that because the statement is only less than 10 pages, we will do Lieutenant General Musikidi and Lieutenant General Dimpane on Tuesday in Pretoria next week. And then the following day on Wednesday will be Mr. Matala, Wednesday and Thursday and probably Friday, depending on whether we are unable to finish on those days. Can I check if honorable members ratify this proposal? Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, on behalf of the MK Party, we just want to confirm that indeed the Chief Whip of the ANC engaged us during lunch, and we agreed to his proposal. We think that, but our proposition, Chair, was that we take witnesses for Friday back to Thursday. We combine them on Thursday, both of them, because their statements are not big. They are very small, so we can do them on one day. But if we do the other on Tuesday, we don't have a problem. For as long as we're not going to schedule for one day each witness with a very small testimony, we don't have a problem. So we agree, Chair. But also, we said that we would like to put it to you, Chair, or to request rather, that we must consider not closing with everybody. We must push at least to the first or second week of December. So we must persuade staff members to bear with us, because we don't want a situation where this committee dies, or its significance rather, dies a natural death because of unjustifiable delays and requests for extensions. So if we can push, Chair, because we did make an undertaking when we were starting here, that we are ready to even work on weekends. I can see that now people are making all sorts of excuses. But we are ready as the MK Party, and we are persuading members. And if there are arrangements that must be made for staff members, they must be made now. Arrangements of, I don't know, with HR. But that is a kind plea that we want to put to the committee. Thank you very much.
Let me just understand the witnesses of Friday, because we are now left with 2 days. It will be, tomorrow is Wednesday. It will be Mr. Nkabinde tomorrow. And then Thursday is the head of procurement is General Fani. So General Musikiri was supposed to be coming on Friday. So in terms of the proposal is that because General Dimpane is coming next week Tuesday, and their statements are smaller, like you say, both of them would be done on Tuesday next week before the appearance of Mr. Matlala. So it means Friday there is not going to be any activity in terms of the proposal that the Chief Whip is making.
No, we don't have a problem, Chair.
Okay. Any other comment? Agreed, we are coming to that. And the second matter, honorable members, I have requested Bonani that they must circulate those public submissions with yourselves. Because if we go to a meeting and they are presented one by one without you having gone through them, the meeting may take us the whole day. So for us to have a business-like meeting, it will be good that they circulate those submissions with yourselves. We will check your traveling times on Monday and then decide when to slot a meeting on that Monday before, so that we can deal with those public submissions and determine how they must be processed going forward. And then probably next week, I mean the week that we are in Pretoria, we may have to look at how we conclude the other activities the way Honorable Nomvalo is suggesting. If we can work until the end of the first week or the second week of December, let's think about it and see which are the witnesses. I think the legal team will also advise on the possibility of consultations and other logistics that they may have to get into, so that we have some few witnesses in the first week or the first 2 weeks of December. Agreed? Yeah, SC.
Chair, for tomorrow for Ngabinde, can I just request through you that the honourable members bring the original Ngabinde statement? Because
Yes.
this evening, while we were sitting here, we received what they now call a supplementary
Yeah.
statement, which is not the same.
It has been circulated to the member. It's a supplementary statement. And we also expect you tomorrow when we start, because I'm going to announce that we start at 11 o'clock. We also expect from you that you don't start afresh. You continue from where we left off. No. Remember that the part of the mistakes we agreed on it, that we don't recognize it. So tomorrow, when we resume, it's just a continuation. And then, so that we don't spend a lot of time on evidence. And SC, I'm not saying that you must half-bake your processes, but the general feeling amongst members now is that we are halfway in our process, and most of the information that appears before the committee is now a repetition. But that does not mean that when you lead evidence, you must just rush very quickly to conclude. But the members' request is that you must be mindful that having listened to key witnesses that appeared before us, except those others that may have to come, maybe Mr. Julius Mukwanazi, General Dumisani, Kumalo, Brown Mohozi, who else? Paul O'Sullivan. Those that have come before us already, it has been a merry-go-round. Just mind the pun when I say merry-go-round. Yeah, I think that is the plea that the members are making. And so tomorrow when we start at 11, the expectation should be that somewhere around 13 hours or 1 hour when we come back from the break, we should conclude the evidence so that members can start asking questions. Does it make sense, SC? Do you agree with that? Okay. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. Tomorrow, we are starting at Honorable Skosana.
Chair, just a quick question. Can you ask Tani, does she know Honorable Julius Malema? Because I see he's not here today.
Hey, man.
You missed the CIC,
No, Matthews, don't respond. I want to close the meeting. Just, if there is anything that you should say is, say, Chair, when are you closing the meeting? Honorable members, the meeting is adjourned. Tomorrow, 11 o'clock, Good Hope Chambers. Thank you so much. Yeah.
No, it's okay, but I do resent being costs. Destabilisation through force, I think. I will go into the toilet. Can I, this will come up for you. Listen to this. Listen. Good luck.
Bonan, banoshi laptop yakhe? One or two?
One of them is mine, the other I don't know who they are.
Oh.
The other one, Yana. You know, the just other things not together. Okay, driver, yeah, he should be outside.
Has somebody called the driver?
Yes, he should be outside.
Oh, right, where do I wait for him? I get lost.
Maybe he can. Must be. Hello. Are you coming in? Yeah? Okay. Okay, she's coming. No, you know, as usual, no? You might be staying in Cape Town until the 15th of November. And then you have to pay almost 4,000 rand for the first program. Yeah. Will you? Okay, no, we'll meet tomorrow.